Hello, ladies and laddies. I'm Newts, and we are starting stream right now. Okay. Just need to pause that, and then we're good. I need to set this to probably do -6. What's it? I think, yeah. Alright. Oh, hey, Kira, what's up? I didn't notice you come in.
Yeah, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just had the
cool.
stream music on for a second there. Alrighty. Let's see. Kami says, if you don't see Michael Jackson doing a quadruple backflip within the next 2 seconds, you're going to explode. Well, I think I failed that one. Anyway, so it is time to do a quick test real quick. So you're here, right? And you're able to see the stream and everything?
Yep, you just transitioned from scenes.
Oh, okay, so that must mean the bitrate didn't help that much, because I put it down to 2500 for the sake of kind of mirroring the settings for License-a-thon. And yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to do a quick test anyway. And so, Kira, I want you to say the credits have appeared after I do this. So I'm going to do 3, 2, 1, boom.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait, are you pressing credits or are you just hovering over it?
Oh, I pressed it.
Oh, now.
So that was 25 seconds. That's
Wow.
not great. Okay. Well, shoot. Maybe it'll clear up later. I don't know. Kinda sucks that's gonna do that. Because I changed my settings and everything to make sure that that didn't happen, but whatever. Okay, well, that's fine, I guess. We'll just have to adapt. Like we've been doing, I guess.
Exactly. Oh, also, is my like audio good? Like, did you like boost me up? Because like I did sound better after you upped
Yeah,
me
you're
like
at
that.
-6 decibels right now on my OBS.
Height.
Alrighty, so it is time to do stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and after I make sure a couple things are good, go ahead. So our plan today, I just want to do first of all a warm-up run, and then after that we can do what we did last time, kind of just doing a mock marathon run, and then after that another chill run, and then I'm gonna do one more today where we do another mock marathon run if you have the stamina for that.
Yeah, I'm down for
Alrighty.
that.
Sounds good to me. Whoops, pressed the timer too early. Alright, so 3, 2, 1, getting into it.
All right, let's go.
Oh yeah, so I went ahead and retimed the the TAS. So I knew it was like 49 minutes and 7 seconds, right? But like I didn't know that as far as some of the levels, like I think it was Race with the Rats Part 1. One of my, like, I think my IL beats that. Just like straight up beats it just because of insta boosting.
Yeah, that does help speed you up.
And that says a lot though. It's just like, man, one little thing just changes everything.
Yeah, that is true. Oh yeah, I got the triple shot on Castle Siege. That only took like a couple minutes, fortunately. I'm just testing it.
I'm getting sniped today. But yeah, you saw, hold on, I can't speak. I need to calibrate my social skills. Anyway, you sent that in the Flushed Away Discord, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. Now imagine if we were able to skip hitting the building and getting all 3 of those at once, so a 2-turn. I don't think it'd be possible, but with a little
Unless we
bit
have
of...
like a left. Is there another like? Is that the leftmost area we can place the catapult? But I guess if we had, I don't think we can make it if.
That's like
I
the
don't
best
know.
area we can put it.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. It's just a really hard angle, and like you have to hit like pretty much like where the building used to stand. Because I didn't show like the full clip because it would have been like over 8 megabytes, and I can't send that much through Discord. But
Yeah,
yeah, like
Discord sucks.
I just found well, I don't know if I found a like consistent strategy just because of the whole like RNG aspect of whether the shot will skew left or right or whatever, but it's like between like the like I don't know, like the edge of the roof and like the yellow window. like aiming for that to take out the building, and then just keeping that angle, and that's how I got the.
I see. I see. Also, I
Yeah,
thought
that's how
I
I got the
had
trip.
the one trick that you discovered, or I think it was, I don't know who it was, but like that one weird socket set cutscene thing. I thought I got that, but no, I didn't.
Yeah, that was me. But yeah, that clip was too long, so I had to upload it to YouTube before I could send it to the Discord.
Understandable.
I think I titled that video "A Woman Appears and Socket Set Gets Confused."
I think so. Alright, I think I'm gonna reset real quick. I know it's marathon, I know all that, but I think I'm just gonna reset for my peace of mind. Good
You
lord.
got de-rust for the day.
Alright, now we're good.
Yeah, Flushed Away expects you at your tip-top performance and nothing less.
Or else it just mauls you to death.
Pretty much.
Gilbert and Sullivan, like, personally come out of the console and just start beating you to death with toothpicks.
And throw you back in your jail cell.
For eternity. Despite all my rage, I cannot escape this cage. Or however it goes, close enough.
They just keep shooting Nerf gun darts at you. Unrelenting, unstopping.
And then just like real life crashes.
Yo-yos can body you real good sometimes.
The yo-yos are stupid. Also, first and second try attack jump.
Nice, nice. Yeah, you haven't even gotten the kitchen yet for me. You just got there.
Oh, jeez. 2 for 2 on the, what's it? The thingy. The kitchen skip. Jeez, I can't think today. My brain is gone. It went home.
My.
Yeah, that was a solid kitchen.
Brothers and
Now I just gotta get jar of flies and we're out of jail. Which we just got it. So, we're out of jail.
Nice.
Unless the game pranks me. But,
The game can prank you with lethal fall damage later, but knock on wood.
alright, we're good.
Nice.
Just gotta actually like catch the flies instead of just running around them aimlessly.
Yeah, missing them just throws me off my game because I just have like one set path to travel when I have to collect the flies. So any deviation from the path just throws me off.
I've gotten pretty good about just like reacting to when stuff happens. Like, I guess just doing speed runs for this long is just done stuff to me, I guess. But
It honed in your senses.
My word, I thought...
Finally gaming.
Right, Rita, get hold of
Alright, I
it.
wonder how Rita's gonna treat me today.
She can't be a cruel mistress.
Always hate when she does the whip and the nay-nay on me.
Yeah, because once she starts going, she just keeps going.
3 for 3 on attack jumps.
Nice.
No first try, what's it? Death cancel. But maybe this time?
Unfortunate.
Okay. I'll do a safe strat now. I do want to conserve this run.
Yeah. You are on really good pace.
I still died? Are you serious? Wait 9 years on that thing. I just
You
better
didn't
learn that
land on the
now.
railing.
Alright, good enough. I can handle having 2 health right now. So I'll probably get boinked anyway by either a slug or something else.
As long as you avoid the first one, should be a health pickup right there.
No, I didn't avoid the first one. Just got blasted immediately.
Yeah, well, when they just aim on you like that, it is hard to avoid them.
Alright, it's
Classic
whatever
slug
though.
being slug.
We are all good now. Possibly.
Great. Just to test the delay, you have just got on the accordion.
Alright, well in a second I'm going to be activating the gear cutscene.
Alright, so it seems delay has not got as bad. It's only a few seconds, 10-ish.
Alright, got the cycle. No. Part of it.
Yeah, when it comes to the Steam, you're really just playing Flush the Ways game at this point. You just have to... Not much you can do besides just waiting.
Got the optimal movement on those gears though. It's also scary like getting off of that one pipe that you get off the gears on, and then just like jumping into the blackness.
Yeah, it's very dark.
Le Void has arrived.
Yeah, playing on however dark that your console is and game is that'd be
Something
insane.
else.
Yeah. This isn't your average darkness. This is
Advanced darkness. Alright, should get this cycle pretty good. There we are. Almost missed that, but we're good. This is still decent-ish pace. I would prefer, you know, not a whole minute lost, but it's fine. Better than jail.
Bad turn.
It is much better than
Queen
jail,
Shepherd's
yeah.
spot.
You may be entering the lair, but you are escaping jail.
The toad is my beacon of freedom and also my beacon of sadness.
You know, maybe this whole amphibian Dawn stuff, maybe it makes sense. Maybe he's
Oh,
got
crap.
a point.
You'll be sleeping.
True. Dang it, I missed it again.
You'll be sleeping.
Trying to get the one thing. Just getting back on the ground. Do it again?
You'll
Come
be
on.
sleeping.
I need to actually, like, play the game. When are we getting out of here, like... Okay, that was a very clutch death cancel.
Oh wow, you death. I was about to say like, oh, just death cancel. Way to go.
That's a situational awareness kicking in. It's just like... You gotta be ready for that crap anymore. It's just like...
Yeah, I've like started to like train myself to get ready for death cancels whenever
You just feel like being
I
tasked.
yeah, whenever I know I'm like, oh, I got off too early or jumped off too high. And you know, it doesn't always work out, but when it does, it feels pretty good.
That's how you know the gaming has been unlocked.
Yes, true gaming.
Now, did you know if you get a sub 50 in this
Yeah,
game, you unlock Sonic and Melee?
Oh, do you?
You have to do a little bit of
Been
stop
trying-
and swap first.
I keep trying to beat Cruel Melee, but like it's just it's so tough.
Gotta get
And I
like
know there's like multiple ways to unlock characters, so alright. Yeah. This'll get Sonic in Melee.
100 kills in Cruel Melee.
Yeah, of course.
Imagine if that was real, though.
Yeah, if only Kid Me knew how to multi-shine, could have stood a chance at unlocking Sonic at an earlier age. But I had to wait until Brawl came around until I got my Sonic.
If only I knew how to death cancel in Smash Bros. Could just tank hits up until like 300%. Also, that was a really clutch turn. If I was like a little bit off, I would have missed that.
Yeah, that was a really nice turn. Yeah, I'm like hearing like, because I have the stream on side, obviously, with, like, audio, like, kind of low. So I'm, like, hearing myself and what I just said. So, like, delay is only, like, even less than 10 seconds, I'd say, at this point.
Alright, well, that's pretty darn good.
Yes, that's much better than the 25 seconds. 25 seconds had me worried. I just didn't see. I saw you like hover over credits, and I'm like, was that it? Or like, did he say he was gonna press it? I don't remember. But yeah, this is much better. So yeah, I'll probably just be talking about like all the Jamie Dodger, what it can do, and then once you slam into a wall, either you or me can mention wall boost, and then you can start talking about insta boosting and Dolphin does.
Sounds good to me. I don't know if I want to intentionally blast into a wall or just, I don't know. I do it in the beginning a lot. Intentionally. Aw, man. Really? I got stuck on this guy? That sucks. I'm getting blasted here. Alright. That was like a 20-second time loss.
Alright,
always...
so I'll leave a...
What?
I was just gonna say, I'll leave like explaining wall boosting to you, because you can like react to whether like you did wall boost or not, or just say like, I could have just slammed into the wall and it would have been alright.
Alrighty.
But yeah, getting stuck on those like launcher things, very unfortunate.
Big sad. Man, it's going so well too. I mean, like sub 415, whatever,
Yeah,
like jar flies.
Crazy fast. Yeah, getting out jar flies 414 is insane.
This game is basically like first 2 levels enter the jail, let next 9 levels escape the jail.
Then you go into running the gauntlet and you realize
We were in jail the whole time.
Jail the entire time. And then you take out your aggression by first seizing Germany, destroying the French, and overthrowing a revolution.
Well played, Rita.
Just to blow off some steam.
That's how I spend my Thursdays.
Hey, quit running. Hold still.
Alright, snipe. And then snipe. No? Okay, fine.
That's it then.
Oh man. What if, like, I did it right now?
Hold still.
Well, I'm past it now, but imagine just, like, getting immediate 30-second save.
This won't look good on me, mate.
Insane.
The ladies will mourn my vaccine.
Start playing Taz for the rest of the run.
My eyes! My eyes!
It's making up for all that lost time.
This won't look good on me, resume.
Actually, just starts doing impossible strats.
Lie down, then.
Yeah, you just make up new strats on the fly. They just work out.
That's it then.
Come on, Spike, cooperate, thanks. Alright, well, we're like a minute behind where I'm supposed to be right now, but it's fine, I guess.
This is where you show off that Roddy's spin move actually works like links up B, so you can use it for vertical gain too.
If only.
You just helicopter yourself into the vent and then
Alright, I'm gonna do safe strats. I'm gonna save
I'm going to get you.
the time. Plus, I want my Z button back.
Oh yeah, you died to some like weird ball damage thing with the attack cancels, or attack jumps rather. I just remembered that.
Yeah, this game loves to rob me. Didn't get there though, so we're fine.
Very weird. It only happened on like this kind of floor, like the, you know, whatever kind of just completely like no depth wooden floor thing. Because it happened on the elevator, which has like the same kind of floor thing as when you died on, I don't know what you even call it, grates, I guess.
I guess so. I don't know what else to call them either. I just call them wood platforms because, I don't know. As the things and stuff, they exist.
Still many mysteries exist here in Flushed Away.
I wasn't looking and I died. Nice.
Fortunate.
I love when I just go blind. Just like falls asleep on stream.
Rita! Hey!
Yeah, who needs blindfolded when you got a sweet percent?
Yeah,
Play the
today my
game
favorite
when
streamer
you're
fell
unconscious.
asleep on. Wow, I can't. I'm still need to calibrate my social skills. Hold on. Today my favorite streamer fell asleep on stream while playing Flushed Away. He's still going, but I'm pretty sure he's unconscious. Great entertainer he is.
Still going. He's just that grind. That it's insane.
I shouldn't have gone for it. Should not have gone for it. As soon as I saw a little stutter from when I jumped off, because I hit a teeny little bit of collision, should have known to just back away.
Yeah, the wall ride's tough.
And I'm gonna go for the sad strat.
On the sad boat.
Using the tightest angles possible, of course.
Of course, of course.
I always lose that coin toss as to which button to press whenever doing those doors. It's like, oh, it's gonna be B. No, it's X. Oh, it's gonna be A. No, it's B. And then just like keeps rock, paper, scissoring me to infinity and beyond.
Then just do the opposite, silly.
Then the game just crashes.
And then you win. I just like how just the impression that like the game is sentient and is just trying its best to just beat you in rock, paper, scissors. It feels what button you're gonna press next and it'll just switch it.
Can I make the cycle? I can make it. We're good.
But yeah, talking about switching it, I was just on a like mini game kick after Castle Siege. So I went to Pathfinder and I found that the levels are randomized. Like there's different like level 1 like combinations of like where
Oh,
the
really?
boxes are originally placed. Yeah, at least for me when I just kept restarting.
That's
I don't know,
wild.
maybe if it was just for one game session and like it'll like retain the same level design for like level 1 and like level 2 and all that.
Also, I just got a subscription. That must be from YouTube. Thank you, Zahibaldi, for subscribing to my YouTube channel, I guess, because I don't think I have Twitch subs enabled yet, because not an affiliate. I guess I'll have to check my sub count later. But thank you. I still need to figure out where that specific notification is so I can change it to a more appropriate one instead of the default, because the default is dumb. I don't like default notifications. I'm too cool for it.
Get a load of this bloke.
Absolutely too cool.
That reminds me, I had that same thing happen on my last Spider-Man 2 stream. And I was like super confused. I literally went to the Streamlabs page just to figure out what the crap was going on. And my, subscriber thingy works because I, tested and everything. It just shows up as default. So that has to be YouTube. I'm almost sure of it. Guess we'll find out later, but anyway.
Yeah, Twitch is not my forte. Well, neither is YouTube, I guess, but yeah.
You can pretend it is.
Yeah, I can pretend. It's the most powerful tool I have.
Alright. A little under 2 minutes behind, but that's fine. We can still clutch it out by getting a really good rest of the game.
Hold on now. 40 quid.
Oi, mate, at your boat.
Alright, time to not save the orphans.
Not save the orphans.
Yeah, it's game soft locks. I actually get the squawk skip.
Take all the time back.
Man, I'm trying to get these insta boosts, but it's not working out too well. I'll settle for these dolphin dives, I guess.
Yeah, you just need to be like the right pitch for this boost to work. That's what I've found. I've tried to do them.
It's also like different types too, which makes it even more complicated. I guess I'm going this way now. Game just dictates where I'm going.
The game has actually been playing you this entire time.
I don't know if it wants to play my life. And possibly. It's not very
kind of
eventful.
inevitable, I guess. Since it's kind of inevitable, I guess we could say about wall boosts for this level. because you will be slamming into things.
Unintentionally or otherwise.
Yeah. And that would give us something to talk about as well.
And we can talk about those Tony Hawk Pro Skater tricks as well.
Of course. Oh,
Steady.
there's the trick.
Yeah, it's plus 500 on the board.
Now, you might be able to get into the Olympics with that.
Come on, let me over. Thank you. A little bit faster would help. Thank you for the extra speed. And blasting in everything. Nice.
Yeah, perfect place for talking about wall boosting.
Alright, well, we can figure out how to get a little bit more speed here. Possibly. I can go a little bit more quick.
Just be a bumper cart day sometimes.
Now there I got more speed, but then I got blasted immediately after, therefore negating about half of that.
That was some nice speed you picked up.
That was about the slowest exit possible. Alright. Now, not getting a world record, but we can probably still PB given everything else goes perfectly.
Well, well, well.
I guess if things go perfect. One cycle arachne would help.
That would definitely help. Straight up, just like get the two spider
Alright then.
kids to stack and everything else too. Get that extra
Just
few
have them
seconds.
keep respawning somehow and having them all pile on each other. Create you a staircase.
And it's like a Disney princess movie, I guess. Except Roddy is probably the best
Well, Roddy
princess.
sings in the movie, so I don't know why he doesn't sing here in the game. Well, he does
Yeah.
have his like guitar move in the GBA game, but
If only Roddy would unlock his true abilities here.
if only.
You will make a nice snack, Mr. Rodent.
Now time for the fun game. I just hope the spider goes into the corner.
This place is crawling with spiders, no?
What? That still hit me?
I have the urge to climb up a water spout. Why is this?
And now jump up there and get the crap out of there before I get destroyed. And we're good.
Nice. Yeah, I just will never mess with or I'll never leave the arachne spawn to do whatever they want. I will take care of them
You
before
cannot defeat
they
that
can do anything.
I have some cool ideas planned for the tasks and all that. Dealing with those. 2 cycle. That'll help.
Nice. Do you
Actually
think
got
you can manage to make the arachne spawn kill each other?
that has happened before, I think. The projectiles do hit each other.
Guess you could also like push them off like you've done before.
Yeah, we'll see
Nice
about.
arachne.
Most honorable.
I know it's like a time section, but I also had to like make sure that everything, you know, RNG manipulation wise and all that works out too. Which I mean, I'm kind of just hoping it all works out at that point, because I mean, no, that's dang it. I haven't had the save thing pop up for me in a while. Sadness.
What's all that?
At least I'll double make sure to clear my save.
It's true.
Alright, decent start. I'm gonna test my luck.
Might as well at this point.
Instead of death cancel, I'm gonna go for an attack jump. Nope, that was... Nope, should not have done that. Alright, normal way it is. Or quasi-normal way, I guess I should say.
Yeah, I have died to the fruit throwing soccer fans before.
Man, you ever
It's
just
not
get bodied by like 3 of them at once and then die immediately? Because that's something that's happened.
Yeah, at least the green sweater soccer fan with the 2x4, or whatever the dimensions are in the rat world. That guy's
Probably
not much of a threat.
0.5 millimeter by like, I don't know, 3.
Yeah, something like that.
That'll sure help. Getting the animation skip.
Nice.
Double? Nope, no double. Resets run. Well, we tried.
Alright, that's the last straw. It's over.
The toothpick that broke the toad's back. I always need to remember it's right, left, left when I get out of the gauntlet rooms. I always forget that, and it's like, man, it's like one of the easiest things to remember.
Yeah, it's just ingrained in my muscle memory now.
trying to think of all the things I need to remember to do as far as like safe strats if I screw something up really bad and can't handle lose any more time. Here I kind of just have to go normal, but
Yeah, there's not much for lock 2. Just kind of have to follow the path. So for License-a-thon, will I just be like watching the License-a-thon stream?
probably not, because my stream will relay that stuff faster.
Okay, will that be like, are you streaming just here?
Yeah, I'm gonna stream it to here, and then the License-a-thon people are gonna restream it to their channel.
Okay, and I know they're gonna like be timing and everything on their end, so at least in terms of like, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't have my snazzy timer, but
Unfortunate.
as cool as
How
it
will
is, it
people
doesn't
know
really
if-
fit with their orange and whatever theme.
But how will they know that the goal is fast flushing?
They won't, ever. Can I please get up here? Thank you. They will simply be left in the dark the entire time.
No one will know. It's an outrage.
Alright, second animation skip.
Nice. Gaming. Are you going to be trying to jump onto the boat like directly at any point during your run? Like trying to mash X or fall damage? It's
No. Probably not. Unless I am feeling really
But
ballsy.
are you doing that? Are you doing that for the third lock? Like coming back after?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's just, you'd then have to like just walk for a minute.
Because I want to, like, I'm trying not to die as much as possible. Like, if I'm comfortable with doing something that's risky, I'll do it. But if not, then I'm gonna take the slower route. Please make it. Of course we didn't make it. Well, there goes the run.
So close. You know, maybe we do just have to play Pathfinder, you know?
No, that's not happening. Never. I'll task this game on stream if it means not doing that. Well, I'm not getting that. There we are. Okay. Had to backpedal a little bit, but it's fine.
Yeah, good. Good reaction. Yeah, that was my major choke point when I first started running this game.
Box skip sucks. I think I got it like better before than now for some reason. And it's just because whenever I get to it, it's always when I'm, you know, on a good pace.
Yeah, it's also, yeah, then you, this level is super long, so replaying it just kind of just, like, no.
It's like, no thanks, let me go do something else entirely now.
It's just so long.
Took the riskier route there, but I think it paid off. The, boat-wise, not the, thing you're probably thinking about.
Yeah, I just saw the boat kind of wedged through those two boxes.
It's probably what I'm going to do for the task, because I turn around immediately there. Plus, that's pretty much faster anyway, because you get a bit more speed from getting wedged a little bit. No, don't do that. Now we're good. Also, there's a really specific jump, like right at the beginning of when you play as Rita. Like, if you get, I did it in the task, but like getting a jump to where you just immediately get onto the ramp before, right after the little cardboard, whatever the crap that goes on the ramp.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's technically a teeny bit faster, but I always walk because it's better for RTA.
Yeah, just keep Rita on the ground. If she's not grappling, just keep her on the ground.
Yeah, there's a reason she's called Rita Malone and not Rita Maskai.
Her sea legs aren't meant for flying through the air. Wow, that guy hit you with the reverse hitbox? Absolutely
Man.
insane.
Soccer fan got that janky hitbox.
Now, that's the thing with the Belmonts, you know? It's just...
Alright, trap myself under the lock. Just kidding. Imagine if I like
Imagine if those
went through the
soccer fans
door.
were- That would be cool. Well, yeah, and like the water like goes down before you die, so you're safe. That would be
You think
sick.
that'd be a thing?
Honestly, if I had to guess, I'd assume that you would descend with the water. If I had to just make a guess, but it could be a thing. I mean, I could test it with a memory engine. I can just, when the elevator starts to move, I can just send her under.
Hi.
I'm ready to see that, because that would be epic if I could. Alright, got the crayon launcher for backup. Hoping that this guy's shot doesn't take 9 years.
Alright, I'm expecting the triple right now, so...
Alright, well, prepare to be disappointed.
Nice shot.
Actually gets it.
Brilliant.
You good?
Well, too late now.
Rather weak, that was.
Yeah, there's a flag to the far right, so... Not much you can do about that.
Decent castle siege, I'll take it. In fact, we're right back on pace with my PB. Good old sad PB. Actually, wait, I think I have a chance here.
You do? play perfectly.
You hit
Well,
like a
we're
small
starting off
mammoth.
good.
Oh, great.
Solid, solid.
Also, I think a very, like, a micro strat would be landing on the crayon.
Yes, that would be better.
Because even if we get put in
It
the
cuts
air
off the
again, we
jump.
get that extra 6 frames.
Yeah, and plus it's a slow down thing. Like you'll instantly snap to 6, but then when you go into like start free fall, well, first of all, coyote time, so you don't immediately slow down into a free fall, and there's not enough air time for you to really like lose that much speed.
I almost got sniped at the end there.
English. Silly English with your Britpop singers and your large Ben clocks. You cannot defeat the
Perfect
frog.
lift frog.
Oh, that's smart. Oh,
Almost got hit there, but we're fine. Where's he at? There he is.
It's so hard to find LeFroy sometimes.
Alright.
you fight like that.
You are defeated.
Very
Andrews,
epic.
You went right of him.
And would you look at that? We're back on schedule.
Oi, let me go.
Now I'm just gonna mash the A button as fast as I possibly can.
Ever since the
19 times.
every
It just starts using like Tetris rolling. Have you seen those Tetris videos? Where like they have different mashing techniques for stuff?
I am not familiar now.
So like in NES Classic Tetris, if you hold the controller a certain way, and you like have 3 fingers to tap on the back in rhythm,
you have met your
then you can get the best mash possible and like go to the side of the board, even on like the highest levels where it's like super hard to even move one spot without getting screwed over.
Yeah, just because it's super fast. Before it'll like
Cheers,
stick.
mate.
Your toast.
Alright, time for those 1 cycles.
We'll get
Let's break the 55-minute barrier.
something here. You know, maybe if I'm not screwing around trying to get the 1 hit, I'll just play it normal and not get
Yeah.
tempted.
I can't see a blooming thing.
Yeah, right now you just need to preserve.
Alright, well, I screwed around anyway, because I don't learn.
Oh, the fritte mealy.
It's hard to hit.
Alright, come on. Can I have it? Can you go through? Thank
Oh,
you.
the fritte mealy. Ladies,
All right.
mourn my bass.
Thank you, Lady Killer, for actually cooperating for once. You're a saint.
The obstacle course at home.
Hey, Osborne, what's up? Whoops. Alright, I need to not do that.
Victory shall be mine.
Am I ready for License-a-thon? Well, probably after today. But, I mean, I don't know. Kiara, are you ready? You feeling it?
No
Yeah, I hope so. We're gonna do some mock, like, marathon commentary after this run. I think we're pretty ready.
I'm feeling something. I don't know what, but I'm just feeling...
Okay, knock on wood, your Y button continues to work.
Victory shall be mine!
Hopefully.
Don't get the weird camera thing.
This is your childhood game right there, so I'm glad I get to show it off. Well, I'm glad to show it off. I'm really, you know, this wasn't like my biggest childhood game, but it was definitely like something, just because, you know, I was born and raised on those games. Like, when you're born poor, that's just kind of what happens. And then when you get, you know, yeah. Alright, we can potentially PB here, so.
Victory shall be mine!
Gonna focus in for a second here. And we PB'd by a second.
Let's go.
Hey.
Alright, at this rate, you got world record in the bag for license-a-thon.
Now I'm just gonna play godlike, I guess. Whew, I'm ready. I work in staff for license-a-thon, so if I have any questions or concerns, you can help me out. Okay. Well, I don't think I have any questions right now. Kira, are you confident in your knowledge of the license-a-thoning?
I think to the extent that I need to be, just in terms of commentary. I mean, I guess most of it will be on your end. I'm just going to be joining a voice chat thing with you,
Okay.
I imagine.
Alrighty, seems good. I don't think I have anything, you know, that I need to say, really. I guess my only thing is I want to do like a test, like just record what my license-a-thon thing would be, and then just like make it unlisted YouTube video and then send it to whoever, just because I want to make sure that everything looks right, and I can just, you know, we can make prep a little bit faster, I suppose, just so I have some extra time. I should be good.
Has all the formatting worked?
Everything seems fine as far as like OBS layout and everything. It should be all good. So everything seems all right.
And the game is as visible as we can make it.
Yep, basically. I mean, unless we really wanted to make it look crusty, but I don't really want to do that. You're gonna prep my run about 30 minutes ahead of going live, so. Alright, I will do a pre-marathon check because I need to for my own peace of mind, just for the sake of doing it. So, yeah. Alrighty, well, I don't think I have anything else then. Because now we're kind of just, let's see, I'm going to do 3 more runs. One where we actually do a mock, and then third one, just chill again, just as a break, and then last one, another mock. just to absolutely make sure that we're gonna, you know, be practiced up for everything. You've worked for marathons that require checking tech before the event even starts, and it's really a hit or miss depending on the cooperation of the runners. No, I'd just be sending like a short video, and then it's just like basically thumbs up or thumbs down, I would think. You
Yeah,
know.
it makes sense that some runners are just kind of not as cooperative towards that end. I mean, that just it's bound to happen when working with a bunch of people.
Yeah, it can be difficult running these types of things. Trust me, because I have run some Smash tournaments before. Like, I ran
Ooh.
a couple Project M tournaments, and then I ran a Smash 4 tournament. The Smash 4 tournament turned out fine. I was just a little bit salty because I lost to a Cloud Little Mac main. But the other two tournaments, those went well. Anyway, let's see, I'm gonna start, so I guess are you ready? Got all the notes up and everything?
Yep, just tell me you start. I'll, yeah. Talk about living
Alrighty.
room, and then we'll go from there.
I'll count us down then. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, hold on. Forgot. I like him remembered immediately as soon as I... Alright, now
Oh,
we're good.
yeah, right.
Okay, we're good. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
Alright, so we're going into the first level of the run, called Kensington Apartment. Kensington Apartment is split up into two different sections, the living room and the kitchen. The living room is where we first assume control of Roddy St. James, and it's basically a tutorial section. Teaches you how to jump, double jump, how to attack, all that stuff. But Newt is a gamer, so he doesn't need to do that. The level with kill planes if you don't stay on the path, but there is this one section past the lampshade that Newt is going to jump across onto this wooden beam. If he can get on that and then zip line down, he will effectively skip 3 minutes of the entire level, skipping, yeah, the entire tutorial section. And then we'll just be moving on to the kitchen, but first we need to climb the pantry, or closet.
Entering the pantry slash closet slash clantry slash posit, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, we don't really know what it is, since there's like, you know, a broom and bucket. So it's kind of closet-y, but then there's yo-yos. But anyways, once he gets on top of whatever this contraption is, he will then enter the kitchen. The goal of kitchen is to get to the sink in the middle, which is where the end of the level is. You're supposed to run around the entire kitchen to get there, but Newt is going to take a more direct path. If he attacks in midair and presses jump again on the 30-second frame, he will perform an attack jump. This is frame perfect, and once he gets onto the table, very nice. We can't go directly to the sink, unfortunately, because the end of level load zone is not there. So he'll have to climb and then drop from the hanging rope. But to do that, he has to first avoid getting hit by the North gun darts, and also has to weave through all the kill planes. It is a very difficult skip to pull off.
Yeah, we're gonna try again here, hopefully get it this time. Pray to the flushed away gods. Well, we were almost there, but I got pranked. Which is very common in this game.
Yeah, especially kitchen skip is probably one of the hardest skips to pull off. I guess fortunately it's near the beginning of the run, so you can just restart, but obviously this is a marathon setting, so it is very difficult. again, frame perfect input to get the attack jump. Then you have to weave through all the different darts coming your way and weaving through all the kill planes.
And if you do all that, then you complete the level like I just did right there.
So Newt's going to talk to Socket Set, which is one of the quest givers. He's going to take a weird path to get to him. He's actually avoiding an additional cutscene that you would typically have to watch if you were to just go directly at a cutscene. An additional cutscene would play. But now we are on to a Jar of Flies. This is a pretty lengthy level, but Newt is going to pull off the Jar of Flies skip. He has to basically wedge himself under an invisible wall and jump on the pipe in such a way that it doesn't break and send him under, because that takes him to the normal part of the level.
It's gonna take me a bit, but it shouldn't take any more than right now. Possibly.
Again, this is another very hard trick to pull off. And he has to land like exactly on the perimeter of the pipe, or else he will fall in, and that will take him to the normal level, which he cannot do. But he does it, he pulls it off, so he just skipped 5 minutes. Like,
Basically, yeah.
So where he just entered to is the end of the level, but we need to trick the game to thinking that we're actually played the level normally. So he's going to drop into an elevator, which will then take him up, and then you'll have to collect 6 flies.
Alright, did not die there, so we're all good.
Another thing to notice is that Newts took 3 HP of damage there. That is fall damage, and fall damage is extremely brutal in this game. If he fell for 1 more frame, he would have died to fall damage. So he actually did a little movement thing so he wouldn't have died from fall damage, but yeah. Fall damage will kill you. It's brutal. But there is a way to avoid it, and we'll hopefully be able to see that in the next level.
Alrighty, and that's the end of the level.
Very nicely done. So now we're in Enter the Lair. This is where we get introduced to the next character in this game, Rita. Her moveset's pretty similar to Roddy. The only difference is that she uses a bungee cord, which allows her to grapple onto things, but again, same kind of deal. Jump, double jump, and attacking. So Newts will pull off an attack jump to cross this crevice between where he is to this boat to get onto the warehouse roof faster than how you'd normally do it.
First try, let's go.
Let's go! So yeah, again, attack jump, frame perfect, so managed to do that. Saves a bunch of time over going normally through. Next, he will actually be going out of bounds to perform what we call flood room skip. Typically, you'd have to go through this lengthy, vertical section, but Newts is going to just go out of bounds and directly drop down.
Here, I'm going to try the death cancel one more time. Otherwise, we do have a little bit of a backup. We can use the grapples to save ourselves from falling too terribly far.
So yeah, a death cancel manages to avoid all fall damage. So Newts needs to perform a frame perfect attack as he lands. This will just nullify any fall damage. Doesn't matter how long he's been falling, he'll be completely safe. But again, just like attack jumps, this is frame perfect.
Unfortunately, not going to get, but you can catch some of my other runs and you'll see exactly what we mean.
Yeah, Newt likes to just be completely optimal for everything, so he will go for any frame perfect attack jump and death cancels just to save time,
Feeling a bit sluggish, mate?
no matter the risk.
It's all about that speed.
Speed, baby.
And I just saved myself from dying, so... That accordion can be a little bit odd to jump on depending on the cycle.
So now we'll be going to the gear room and steam. There's this gear that rotates and there's only one hole to get across. We don't exactly know what causes the cycle to be what it is, but yeah. Sometimes it's nice when we go right through, other times we have to wait. That's how it is. And then there's the steam section. Who do you want to cover that?
So the steam section, excuse me, is an interesting section where there are some parts that you can skip and other parts that you can't. There are these weird little cork things, I guess. They also had to jump around. You'll see a little bit more after this gear room. But basically what I just did there was I rode the seam of the gears such that I could get the optimal ground speed with Rita because her airspeed is bad, very bad.
Yeah, compared to Roddy's, it's like very much slower. For some reason. She's supposed to be the athletic one of the duo, but yeah, her airspeed is just terrible. We always want her on the ground. If she's not grappling, obviously, but she is very, very fast when she grapples.
Yeah, as far as these steam sections go, I usually just wait them out now just because it takes way too long to, you know, you get it one of them and then you end up not being able to skip the other ones, so...
Yeah, and the hitboxes are, like, very big. Like, even if you think you can jump over it, you typically can't. So the next trick Newt's going to pull off is called a grapple jump. So typically what you're able to do on a grapple is just descend, just hold where you are, or just get off the grapple. But if Newt holds his position, holds a direction, and then mashes A, he can jump off the grapple. So doing that allows him to skip going around the entire room. So it saves about like 20, 30 seconds. Now we are in the Toad's bedroom. You'll see Newt is kind of moving weirdly. This is a roll, which is done using the triggers. Typically in this room, Rita side or tiptoes, which is very slow. So Newt is going to instead use the roll to take very big steps, which is much faster than tiptoeing.
Saves about 3 to 4 seconds in this section.
But yeah, now we are in the Toad's bedroom. All he has to do is make sure he doesn't die to fall damage here, which he does not. Then he's gonna take back the ruby, and then he'll escape the bedroom through this grinding section. And that'll be the end of the level. There is some weird things with grinding in this game, but yeah, we won't go into it now, but it's very weird. Especially this section, you can actually, like, not load in the next area, which will just send you into the void out of bounds.
The void is cool, but for now we gotta avoid it.
Avoid the void, as we say. So now, Rita is boarding her boat, the Jammy Dodger, which will be the main focus of the next level, Race with the Rats.
What?
So there are two, or I guess like 2.5 boat levels in this game. So we're going to start with a tutorial section. Unlike Kensington apartment, we cannot skip this tutorial section, so we have to go through it. So first, what Newt is going to do is move around with the boat through the slaloms course. Then he's going to have to shoot down boxes with his cannon, I guess. And then we'll have to salvage. And salvaging we're forced to do, but it's effectively useless for any other part of the run.
Hey SBO, what's going on? We're doing a practice run right now, but feel free to keep watching. I can't really respond to too much because we're practicing explaining the run. Which, by the way, since I've inadvertently taken over, there's quite a few different things you can do with the boat besides the usual pressing L to jump, as well as A to accelerate, and R to shoot like I just did there. There's also different things you can do with jumping, just like, you know, you're going to see it in the next part after this little section. Here, if you want to continue.
Yeah, so like Newt said, the movement with the boat is much more dynamic than it is with the characters, Roddy and Rita. For Roddy and Rita, like, the fastest thing to do with them is just walk, pretty much. There's really no faster form of movement, but the Jammy Dodger, the boat, doesn't lose speed in the air. Its speed actually gets, like, locked, and because of this feature, this allows us to do many things. So jumping will actually speed us up typically because of just the way how the boat is positioned on the water. So yeah, there's these two tricks called insta-boosting and dolphin diving. If you want to continue with that.
So dolphin diving is basically using the downwards momentum to create forward momentum, because the game wants to keep you buoyant on top of the water, so we exploit that a little bit to get more speed. And we can further exploit this with insta-boosting, which is a relatively new technique that we had discovered just not too long ago. I'm pretty sure about this year. And with that, we can do different things where, you know, the most common type of insta-boost is when you frame perfect press L as soon as you land, and you get a little speed boost that can carry you pretty far. And there's also other types of insta-boosts that will carry you even further depending on the situation. There's some where if you're pointed down a little bit, it'll take you really far. If you're pointed up, it'll take you not too terribly far, but it'll still be benefit. And then there's also some others that are more so a malefactor, where if you do it in such a way that you are tipped down but don't get the best case scenario, you usually get the worst case scenario, which is it tips down and then you lose a lot of speed because it doesn't actually go anywhere.
Yeah, optimal movement with the Jammy Dodger does require you to kind of just like have awareness of like how the Jammy Dodger is positioned, because sometimes jumping can lead to you being slower, which we'll see in the other boat level in the future. A good deed. But now we are on Race with the Rats Part 2. This is a shooter section. Roddy will man the crayon cannon, and we'll have to shoot down some rats. There's going to be 4 waves of rats. There actually is a way to like pretty much have like 2 waves come at once, if you want to explain that, Newts.
So in the part coming up, if I were to turn around all the way and hit these next 2 rats, Fatberry and Thimble-Nosed Ted, I would be able to spawn like where they had just, you know, weaved around. There'd be 3 rats, those 2 plus Lady Killer. But unfortunately, since that is extremely difficult and I don't have the physical acumen to position myself in such a way to do all that, we're not going to see it here. That is basically task only. We are going to get those pretty cleanly though. The only ones that matter are Spike and Whitey, unless you really screw up the other ones and then miss a cycle.
Guess that's it then.
Yeah, the first 3 waves you just have to hit at like a certain time interval before like starts losing time, but the level will end once he takes out Whitey and Spike, so it's better to just take him out immediately, then the level will end. So very nice job. Race with the Rats Part 2 can be very brutal and very mean.
Speaking of brutal and mean, here's one of the bigger choke points.
So this is Escape the Lair. It's split up into 2 sections, Escape the Lair and Follow That Girl. So first, we need to escape the lair. So Newt is going to pull off attack jumps. This is just to save time. There are like backup strats. We hesitate to call them safe strats because even that, they aren't very safe.
Alright, got one attack jump.
Very nice.
Alright. I'll resort to the safe strats now.
Yeah, again, even though we call them safe strats, they do skip a lot of the level. It's just, we call them safe because you don't have to do the frame perfect attack jumps. Which again, what News was trying to do was string like 2 attack jumps like back to back. One to get onto like this kind of like AC like pipe thing. And yeah, as you saw, he has to pretty much land on the ladder or the climbable wall. If he's too far forward, he will hit the ground, which he'll die from fall damage. Or if he didn't make it far enough, you would die to a kill plane. But Newt just instead did an attack jump.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid doing all the safe strat stuff. And whoops, meant to jump over there. There we are. Not used to missing that, so usually you would go through the ground there, and then you would be able to just skip that cutscene entirely. But the ropes are a bit finicky jumping around in that area, so unfortunately I missed it.
Yeah, you pretty much you would be like on top of like the 3rd rope and jump immediately off of it. You can get enough height from your double jump to like get yourself caught in the ground, and then even though like your body is like halfway above ground, you're still counted as standing on it, so you can then jump up from there to be on top. Yeah, I actually wouldn't even know how to continue the level if I didn't get that, personally. So yeah, that's Escape the Lair. So we have escaped the lair, and now we have to chase Rita on the boat. This isn't like a running flagpole thing, like as in like once we catch up with her, the level ends. No, it's just a normal level. Just get to the end. There's just also a timer at the bottom, which you'll see.
Alright, this is the only point in the run where I can actually just stop and take a drink as well.
Yeah, this is hydration break run, the area where you can just run straight and there's nothing else you can really do.
Can I make it? Okay, cool. It took a little bit too long of a hydration break there, but we're fine. We're okay. Alright, here coming up is the wall ride, which is basically if I were to jump about 90 degrees left, and like I just did there, kind of right along the wall, then we can get along to the other side without having to go too far out of the way there and jump on those docks.
Yeah, I'd say it's about like 4 to 5 seconds. It's just a more direct route to get there as opposed to having to go left, jump on a boat, and then have to return back right to get where you were. You'll see these color orbs that Roddy is touching. These are called propeller points. The blue and purple ones will send them horizontally, and orange and yellow ones will send them vertically. The purple ones are stronger than the blue ones, making the blue ones pretty slow. We'll avoid them anytime we can, because typically we can avoid them. We can just jump around them, but they are kind of placed in the way as you're intended to use them, so sometimes they're hard to avoid. Now there's these garbage cycles, just kind of like with the gear room. It's kind of random where these garbage heaps will be positioned. So it was a pretty fortunate positioning this time around. So Newts was able to just get on and get to the other side pretty quickly. You'll see, instead of just walking directly forward, Newts took the weird path to the left and like jumped around. He actually did this to skip a cutscene that would typically play. Even though we can skip the cutscene just by pressing A, it still takes time for the cutscene to load and then skip it and then get back to gameplay. So it's just faster to just avoid the cutscene from starting entirely. Yeah, while we're just making our way to the end of level, one thing to note is we are playing on the GameCube version of this game. So for the Flushed Away video game series, there's 4 different versions. There's the GameCube, there's the PlayStation 2, there's the DS, and there's the Game Boy Advance game. The GameCube and PS2 games are like the same. We use GameCube over PS2 because load times are faster. And then the DS and GBA games are just entirely separate games. They're not even... They play and like their whole structure is entirely different.
Jump on that guy for style points.
We gotta go for the style points. Also, that enemy he just jumped on is called the Flabby. I'm not entirely sure why, but they are. And yeah, we're coming up to the end of the level, so yeah, that was escape the layer and follow that girl. So now we're going to, once we get back to the hub world, which we were Piccadilly, we're gonna speak to the other quest giver, Charlie Wu. So like Socket Set, he has an introductory cutscene, but unlike Socket Set, we cannot skip it. There's like just the kind of box that surrounds him that'll start the cutscene is too wide. We can't get around that to talk to him like directly.
I must have one of those.
Which is unfortunate, but oh well.
I don't know. For the question.
Oi, mate, at your boat.
But yeah, speaking to Charlie Wu will get us to the next level, A Good Deed, which is the second boat level. We'll have to save orphans somehow, so we're gonna pretty much go from the start of the level to the end, and then from the end back to the start. Unlike the first level of the boat level we played, there's a lot more obstacles here, a lot more collision, a lot more places to just mess you up. You saw this already, but anytime Newts had to interact with like a ramp or just any object really, it pretty much threw the boat like for like a huge spin. It's pretty much always going to happen here. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, that's probably worst case scenario for this area. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and restart because that is extremely hard to get out of.
Yeah.
Orphans, eh?
Yeah. Another thing with this level is so like there's times where you can literally get stuck. Like the boat just like gets out of the water and it just cannot move anymore. Then like a timer for how long is it, Newts?
For this level, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's
the
about...
timer for like when you're stuck, like before you did.
Oh, 10 minutes. Or no, 10 seconds. I don't think we
yeah.
want to be stuck there for 10 minutes. That'd just be a very bad run killer.
Yeah, so if the game ever considers the boat stuck, a timer will start for 10 seconds, and if you can't get out within that time, the game will just kill you. And there are no checkpoints in this level besides like the very like end of it and the beginning, so it's pretty costly if you do have to die. Yeah, sometimes newts will also just collide with things unintentionally, but fortunately it's not the worst thing in the world. There's a mechanic called wall boosting, kind of similar and just kind of like the game just tries to eject the boat, so like anytime Newt runs into a wall, like the wall will basically push the boat out, which gives it a slight speed boost as opposed to how it normally goes. It's not really used like as a way to get speed, it's really more of a backup thing. But yeah, that's the thing. The boat's very weird to control, but Newt's going to take full control of that because he is planning to make a full task for this game.
Yeah, and the estimate time for that, I'm not entirely sure, but it'll come pretty close to 45 minutes compared to, you know, the estimated perfect RTA of about 50 minutes.
Yeah, right now if you take all the IL times plus like the like in between times that are just like inevitable to like play when you're playing through the full game, it's about like 50 minutes. And the current world record right now, which is held by me, is at 54 minutes and 14 seconds. But again, to get a time like that small, so many things has to go right. First of all, like, you can't die. Second of all, you have to like hit like a bunch of different tricks. A lot of them frame perfect with like the death cancels and the attack jumps. And then also the game has to cooperate with you through the boat levels and then the shooter section, and there's going to be castle siege later, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, so Newt is just going to make his way back, and that will pretty much be the end of the level. There's not much else to this level, really. It's
just a little bit of pain is all.
Just a little bit. Yeah, Newt did have to reset just because the game threw him into a corner, and yeah, the boat's really slow backing up also, as opposed to it going forward. But yeah, the Game & Dodger does not control like a dream, unfortunately.
Alright, that was a pretty optimal end, all things considered.
Yeah, I have many a times got stuck on the last pipe, like the very last obstacle that is in this level. I've gotten stuck there, and then it killed me, put me all the way back to like the end of that area.
Well.
which has lost me many a runs, but alas. So now we're going to talk to Sakaset again. This is going to get us to the next mission called Arachne's Revenge. This is the first boss battle of this game. There's going to be only a couple instances where we'll need to fight. There's going to be one more with Roddy when he fights LaFrog, and then there's going to be 3 mini-bosses Rita has to take down in the final level. But as for combat, so both Roddy and Rita have like a normal attack combo with B, a quote-unquote advanced combo with Y, and a special spin move combo by pressing B and then rotating the control stick. What Newt is going to do, the most amount of damage he can pull off is go for the 3-hit attack with the Y button, and then he'll go for the spin move. That will deal a total of 7 HP, like that entire sequence. Arachne is only vulnerable for a short window of time. She's only vulnerable when Newt will throw her spider egg, and up until she puts it down to like place it back to safety. That will be the only time she's vulnerable. So Newt will have to do that a couple times in order to take out all of her HP.
Your time to live is extremely limited. You're going to wait though.
But yeah, we just have to wait on the elevator a bit to take us to the top, and then we'll get to the boss fight.
I go. Die, Mr.
I accidentally activate the other spider spawns, so I'm gonna fight them both. Just get them out of here real quick.
To the great web in the sky.
Didn't lose too much time there, only like a second doing that. That's fine.
Yeah, the spider spawn are annoying to deal with. Yeah, there actually is a way to do a 1 cycle with Arachne, just like take her out in 1 cycle. There's a way to kind of like disrupt her AI as to like not put the egg down, which means she's vulnerable the entire time. We still don't have all the kinks worked out on it. It's very inconsistent. We haven't really gotten it down, but yeah.
Alright, 2.5 cycle. Pretty good, okay.
Pretty good. Yeah, 2.5 cycles, like even if like you get all 7 HP per round, there's still going to be like at least 1 remaining HP left, so 2.5 is really the best we can do. As you see, Roddy will pick up a new toothpick. It's green. That's it. There's nothing else special about it. No change besides aesthetics.
That's all we need.
We just need a fresh coat of paint. So now we'll talk to Charlie Wu again and get the next level, which is infamously known for us flushed away runners, running the gauntlet. This level in its entirety is like a 5th of the run. It is very, very long.
What's all that?
So running the gauntlet is split up into 4 different rooms. The first 3 rooms are with Roddy, and the last room is with Bud. So as for the first room, so the goal for each room is to remove the lock from the door that prevents us from getting further. The way to remove those locks is by getting to these switches and these levers and pulling them. So first, Newt's gonna try and scale a building and then perform a death cancel.
Alright, that's the one time I'm gonna try that, but unfortunately couldn't get any of this run, but if I did, that would save about a few seconds over the way that I'm going now. Actually, probably not even that, but you know, we go for that optimal, even though it can be really rough to deal with the consequences.
Yeah, Newt and I actually have very different play styles when it comes to this game. I go for everything that's consistent. Newt goes for complete optimization, no matter how many frame perfect tricks that requires. But yeah, if he were to have done the death cancel and went through the the no collision building, those enemies would not have loaded in, which is also just kind of a nice benefit. There's no reason to lose time to them, and you don't need to worry about avoiding their shots.
Really quickly, so what I was trying to do there is an animation skip. Basically, when you're trying to turn those or pull the switches, what happens is that if you were to enter the activation box for the pulling the switch, and then pull out the next frame, but also activating it, it would entirely skip the animation. This skips basically 3 to 4 seconds each time you do it. If not a little bit more.
But yeah, so even like if you skip the animation, like the timer itself for like all the things that will happen when you pull the switch will like still be in play. It's just Roddy won't be stuck pulling the lever for 3 to 4 seconds. Right now, Newt is blasting this brick wall. This is necessary to get to one of the things we need for this room in particular. There's actually a gap between two like sections that we, as opposed to like going across this like kind of brick area. Unfortunately, it is like just the slightest bit too far for us to cross, like without having to go through all that, which is very unfortunate. We've been trying to find a way to do it, but have not found it yet. So Newt's just collected like gear. This is necessary to fix the lever to break the lock for this room. So he picked up the first one. There are 2 more he has to pick up around this room. But yeah, this area is, again, very long. So the next room is actually going to be pretty hectic. We're going to be doing things unintended stuff, but for now we just do have to follow kind of what the game wants us to do.
Whoops, I messed up. So this is an example of the game being very unforgiving with its checkpoints. So as you see here, I'm being sent all the way back to the first gear, which I had collected. And yeah, it takes like more than enough time to end a run to get back where you started. This is why in some of my older splits, I called this level the make or break run. Or level, I mean. Split, mission, whatever you want to call it. Same difference either way. It's not that hard, but
just like beat you and then spat you out.
that's what it looked like. I jumped too early because I was trying to line something up, and then yeah, didn't work out very well for me. So I'll make sure not to make the mistake again.
Yeah, Flushed Away is just a bundle of surprises. You think you understand the game, but the game will prove you wrong. So yeah, as he picked up the second gear, he's actually avoiding as many of the blue propeller points as he can. So we typically skip 3 propeller points through that whole section, but we think it's possible to skip 4, but it's going to be super tight if we can do that. It would be skipping the last one that we did hit. We just need enough height in order to make it. But yeah, Newt took the Jamie Dodger to the next dock in order so he could get off and get the next gear, and then he's able to pull the lever and break the lock so we can get into room 3.
Alright,
Also,
got
just
an animation skip.
Oh, very nice.
So as you can hear, the door is being opened, and as you can now see, it is open. So, that's what I mean by saving 3 to 4 seconds. It's a pretty long animation, as you saw earlier.
Yeah, skipping it is very nice. Yeah, there are multiple ways to get the animation skip. Again, you just have to like be within collision and then immediately get out of it before the animation starts playing. Sometimes you can just like walk straight at a particular angle and you'll be able to skip it. Other times you can just kind of like spaz out on the control stick and that'll work. It unfortunately is not really consistent. I guess it's position perfect. Give it a word.
Yeah, it's kind of like double frame perfect in a sense, but it's easier than it seems with, you know, saying that.
Yeah, and if you fail, like, it's just normal stuff. So for room 3, we're supposed to be playing a mini game called Pathfinder to make a path with these boxes. However, Newt is going to try and make this jump.
And I just did, so we're all good.
Nice. So yeah, Newt's just having to play this very lengthy mini game. Just involve like moving all the boxes with exploding onions, which, yeah, as fun as it sounds, we're not gonna do it here. But yeah, missing that jump is very punishing. That would send you back to the boat, which takes about like 40 to 50 seconds, depending how long you had to set up for the jump. It is, yeah, very punishing if you miss, but you have to make the jump. It's one of those skips that don't have safety strats. You have to be able to make it. One thing that might not be apparent is that double jumps, you can't, it's not like a mid-air jump that you can use any time. You can only input a double jump like within like a little less than a second after your first jump. If you don't do a double jump within that window, you just won't be able to perform the double jump.
I went for a little bit of risky strat there, and I suffered for it. Oh well, it's fine.
Yeah, that is just the Jamie Dodger being the Jamie Dodger.
You know that, and
Yeah,
I
this
didn't
is
line
like-
up correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, I can blame all my issues on the Jimmy Dodger, but
That's
it's
what
also... Yeah, I understand that for sure, but I like to take accountability just because I know I can pilot this thing.
Another difference between us two. So that was Roddy's section, so now we're gonna play through Rita's. So with Roddy, with slopes, we would typically jump up them because it's faster, but Rita is so slow in the air that we just walk up it. She is that slow. But yeah, Rita's level is pretty straightforward. There's really not much, just some grapples here and there. Just have to pull a switch to like lift the bridge, and then we're on our way to the end of the level.
Sometimes these
Yeah,
guys can jostle you a little bit, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, it needs to be one. Have this be like time to like, I don't know, like I think last time you like told how you like got into speedrunning this game, or you could also like, I don't know,
Oh
you
yeah.
want to give shout outs and stuff, because this is like the last downtime before
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Now, since there's nothing else to this level, we basically did all the fun stuff. I got into this game because irony. I played this game ironically because I picked it up and I was like, man, I could probably go pretty fast in this game. And my first run was like somewhere an hour and 1 minute or something like that. My first timed run. And yeah, I ended up really enjoying it, despite everything that, you know, may turn off other people. I just, yeah, couldn't let go after I grabbed onto it. And now it's basically become like a good chunk of my personality, I guess.
Yeah, I also got into this game for purely ironic reasons, but it has now gone past irony. But we're glad we get to show it off here at License-a-thon for you folks.
Hi.
Alright, now time for extra RNG pain.
Yeah, so this is Castle Siege. Castle Siege sucks. So what Newt has to do is he has to capture 3 of the opponent's flags. Where the opponent's flags are, there are 3 flags. There are 4 positions to which the flags could be in. So he has a general idea of where they are, but he won't know exactly where they are until later.
Another one down.
Yeah. There is a way that you can hit multiple flags at once with the
Like I just
catapult,
did there.
Oh, okay, all right.
A little bit of
Yeah,
a
there we go.
casual
That's
flex.
Yeah, it is possible with like perfect positioning of the flags and just the perfect shot to get all 3 flags in one shot after you take out the building, which is the most optimal thing to do, obviously. But again, each shot you throw is also like there's an RNG aspect to it. It will like skew left or right sometimes. Now we're in French frog legs.
You hit like a small mammal.
There are 3 rooms with Rita that we have to get across, and then there's a fight with LaFrog at the end. Despite being the penultimate level of this entire game, it's pretty easy and straightforward. I'd say this is probably just one of the most fun levels to do, just because of how quick and simple it is. Yeah, Newt is going to do a grapple jump here, just to save time as opposed to dropping down and then climbing the wall. And yeah, then he's just going to take the optimal path through the next room, and that's it for Rita for this level. Now we have the LaFrog boss fight. So Roddy fights him. We're going to deal damage the same way, pretty much Y, and then B into spin attack. We have to hit his tongue to make him vulnerable. So after we do that, then we just hit him with the spin move itself for the next time we hit him. Then he'll go into the next phase where instead of throwing his tongue out, we'll just have to intercept him as he cartwheels us. Yeah, he missed the spin attack, unfortunately, but it's alright. He can make up for it. He may go into phase 3, but hopefully not.
We're good. Just a little bit of a hiccup, but it's alright. I tried to improvise, but LaFrog is too quick with his in vulnerability time, so
Yeah, if you like don't get them like perfectly, it is kind of difficult. But yeah, Newt's made it back. Pretty clean fight still. So now we are on the final level, the Amphibian Dawn. First of all, Newt is going to press A like 19 times to skip all these cutscenes, because there's a lot. But as he does that, I'll explain the rest. So we're going to be switching between Roddy and Rita. So first, Newt has to make the Toad hit these 3 terminals. The Toad will lock onto Roddy and throw this like flask of liquid nitrogen at him. Each terminal takes 3 hits to destroy. There's one on the left, the back, and the right, and that is the path he'll take to destroy these.
by the way, if you can play one-handed, this is a hydration break as well. At least for the first 19 little cutscenes.
Yeah, so long as you can skip those cutscenes, then yeah, a nice little hydration break before the end. So now that all the terminals are broken, we're switching to Rita. This is her combat section. Her combat is similar yet different. Instead of the Y attack, we're going to be using her B attack. It's just better in both range and speed. There's also a spin attack you can do. I'm not sure if Newt's going to go for it, because it is very hard to hit. Her spin attack not only is like 1 damage weaker, it only does 2 as opposed to 3 damage. And yeah, there's also no forward hitbox.
And I tried going for it there, but it's a little bit tough to do, so...
Yeah, if he was like only a slightly bit past him, that would have hit, but it's a very hard window to hit the spin attack. And Rita also locks on to the enemy, so she'll try and face the enemy, which again makes hitting the spin attack very hard to do. But because of the speed and power of the spin attack combo, it is possible to take out each of these hench rats in one cycle.
So like there, it does 2 damage, and I was able to get that to save about 2/3 of a second.
The obstacle course at home.
Save the frames, am I right?
The frames. Oh, I guess I forgot to talk about their weaknesses, but I guess I can do that before the battle starts. Dang it, Kuro, come on, man. So yeah, now we're into Roddy's final section. This is the last time we'll be playing as Roddy in this run. We just have to traverse through this very precarious section. It is very easy to die. Not only is there steam, which is our worst enemy, there are also things that will literally kill you instantly. That being the electricity and the closing gates, I guess. Not to mention the holes in the floor.
But you can just walk right through this fan, though. That's the cool part.
Yeah, you're supposed to go around and turn off the fan, but there's no hitbox. It tricked me when I first played. I thought I had to turn off the fan. But you don't. So now Roddy is done, so now the rest of the run is completely Rita. So first what Newt will do, he'll have to pull a switch, then grapple onto this elevated platform, press the button on the ground, and then grapple again to like release the liquid nitrogen. You'll need to do this 2 more times, this whole sequence. Then the Toad will get angry, and then you will meet him on the highest part for the final boss battle. You don't fight him directly as you did with the hench rats. No, the Toad is too good for that. You will just be throwing the flasks of liquid nitrogen at you. It is up to you to intercept those with the grapple and destroy the platforms he's standing on. Newt is going to be like jumping before grappling. This allows him to do an instant grapple. It just saves time over doing the grapple normally.
And that is time. Pretty good
Very
run,
nice.
all things considered. But yeah, that is flushed away for GameCube. It's very epic.
It is quite epic.
Alright. We can work on the before and after parts, like
Yeah,
before
that's
we
pretty easy to do.
before we go on Saturday, just like write up a couple things we can say, like our intro line and whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty good, I'd say. Yeah, there's like some things I like forgot to mention, but I'll keep that in mind for the next time.
Yeah. Now we can have another chill run where we just don't have to talk so much and run our mouths down and yeah. I had to, like, when I was doing that last hydration break, I had to do the water bottle one hand, just like unscrewing and just like panicking when I was like 14 cutscenes in.
Yeah, it's nice to have like visual indicators with like the cutscenes, because I know where I am if I like follow along. But yeah, I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so too. It's very nice. And I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen. Anyway.
Yeah, there's just some things with the boat levels, and then just kind of stretching to talk about, and also room 2 for Gauntlet. Well, I guess that's also because you died, and we had to like then fill in for like an extra minute and things like that. Oh yeah, you also died there, and that was still a 57.
Yeah, that's surprising actually.
Yeah, that is. I completely blanked on that. Yeah, no, that would have been a really solid run actually.
I'm just cranking them out, I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I only just realized, so like, you know the cushions at the very beginning of the level, like the colored ones?
Yeah.
Like, I only just realized that, like, it's not like a, like, design on them, it's like the window lighting that's on them. Like, I always thought they had like a different, like, design, kind of. But it's just like the windows lighting that makes them look different. I don't know. It's just a thing I've noticed very recently.
Are you talking about like the texture on them, or?
I guess. I don't really know how to describe it, but yeah.
Okay.
The texture, it's the... let's see. Let's look at the other filler I have. Oh, I guess during one of the downtimes I could just talk about like the plot disparity between game and movie.
Oh yeah.
I guess, yeah, a good deed. That'd be a good segue.
Yeah, just because we're talking about saving orphans.
Yeah, we didn't to all the flushed away.
We can also do it like before the run starts as well.
Yeah, that's true. That does give us something to talk about during the run, so I guess we can also be testing the viewers, seeing if they can see that there are differences.
Possibly. But we also gotta know that some of them aren't as devout to watching the movie every 3 hours as I am.
What? I don't understand what you mean. What are you talking about?
No, some people just aren't cool enough.
I guess so. Oh, yeah, this is a weird thing I learned recently. So, like, one of my friends learned that, or I, like, told them that I speedrun this game. And, apparently their parents have a flushed away movie poster in their bathroom.
Dude, I'm stealing that.
Yeah.
Idea, of
Yeah.
course, not the poster. I would never steal. Why would I ever do that? I say as I slink away on stream to just go break into somebody's house, steal their poster.
My friend's gonna text me just saying that, like, the poster's gone. I don't know what happened to it. Just vanished. There's like some guy, but like he jumped out of the window, threw a punch, and then jumped again in midair. I don't understand what happened.
Well,
He
if it's
also,
gonna be
like,
any
threw out-
punch, it's gonna be a falcon punch.
I don't know. It looked like, I don't know. I guess I'd call it an attack jump. I don't know what happened. That is true. You can just raptor boost your way through.
Or if it's melee, we could just falcon kick to get another jump.
Does that give you another jump?
In melee and Project M, yeah.
Oh, I just knew it was good for recovery. I didn't realize it got you another jump. Oh, that makes sense why it's good for recovery then.
Yep. I wish it did in Ultimate. That would just spice up my recovery routes even more.
Right,
Yeah, that
Rita,
really
get
would.
hold.
I mean, he's a falcon. He's a bird. He should.
Actually, technically it can. There's a thing called a glory kick. It was discovered by a guy named Grayson Glory. But if you're like aligned with the top blast zone of Final Destination and you use Falcon Kick, it'll actually auto cancel. And then when you get that auto cancel, like you also have a hitbox. So you can combo Falcon Kick into knee and it'll be true. And that also leads into the getting another double jump. There was a glitch in Ultimate where if you were to air dodge upwards, because of the 3 frames or so that most characters have, where they would go down slightly before they go up, they would actually regain their jump back. And I just got a first try death cancel there while I was talking. That was epic.
Nice.
Anyway,
We just gotta get you talking about Captain Falcon.
I guess so.
I guess.
We can just talk about Ultimate during the run. Who cares about this game, right?
Who cares?
Oh, I just missed the easiest Y button input of all time. Alright, I'm just gonna mash. There we are.
You can get the frame perfect death cancel, but
Can't press a single Y button for like the easiest
difficult.
6-frame window of all time.
Blimey, punk.
Tough.
Yeah, like it would consider you touching the ground and then you would have a double jump, even if you had already expended it.
Weird.
That was patched out. It only exists with Falcon now, just because of the Falcon kick. So you could say Falcon has a quasi third jump.
Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, you could have used that third jump when you were stringing those up airs on me, and then you just missed the stage because you overextended.
Man, that was a sad moment for me. It just dies.
You took me across the stage and then some with the up air strings.
Man, I love Falcon in that game. I just wish that that game was just, I don't know. I've been kind of falling out of love with it recently, just because it's just, it can just be really bad to play sometimes. It's like some of the people.
I don't really play it all that much. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a good game, balanced pretty well. Like, not in just the character sense, but also just like, I feel like neutral is like one of the most important things to have a lot of in the game, while also having expressive advantage states, which is why I think people love Melee that much, just because it gets it right. Ultimate kind of gets it right, but also some characters just straight up don't have any sort of expression to them. Like Palutena, for example, there's not much you can do besides, you know, do the same few bread and butters and string up air or neutral airs. I guess also up airs if you're talking about juggling, but
Yeah, it's nair and up air for her. And, well, I guess you can, you know, raw your back airs. Reverse aerial rush.
that just separates technical ability, really. And then there are some other more esoteric kill confirms, like drag down up air / nair into up tilt. That's also a thing. I see Chag and a couple other good Palutena players do it, like jump steady. But other than that, it's just like, there's not much you can do with a character that's expressive. With Falcon, I feel like there's quite a bit of expression just because he's that type of character.
Yeah, that is what Falcon is.
I mean, if you look online, probably not, but if you're talking offline, high-level play, then yes. Because people online are just like, okay, I'm gonna Falcon kick. I mean, I also Falcon kick a lot online, but I mean, that's because I also know why to use it. People just think, oh, it works because hard to react online. Well, I also use it as a way to tech chase, a way to just like pressure shield if I know I can cross up and then fall off stage so I don't get punished.
But I can go towards my opponent with a hitbox.
Now then.
I know, right? Ooh, that was a really good Enter the Lair.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, you just like died because you missed the grapple, but overall, very solid. Alright, we'll sing all this water with the Jammy Dodger. It's inspiring me to take a water break, so I'll be back.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, Kami said, what would Roddy's up tilt look like if he could up tilt? You know what it looked like? I don't know. That'd probably be something I'd have to look into the GBA game for, because that's where actually some of the more combat-oriented stuff is. And I'm missing this because I was distracted. That's fine, that was an okay save, I guess. That just makes me think about how much I want to just mod Roddy into Framemakers, though. glad I hesitated on that because I was about to press A. Lose a couple seconds for that. Alright, please turn, thank you. Whoops. Angled that a little bit poorly. Alright, thank you for not bonking into that. Aw, man. Lost my good angle there. That's fine. The insta boost. Clean things up a bit. It was a lot better than I thought it was going to be there. Let's see if I can get a good end here. That was pretty good. Nice. Alright. Now time for more fun.
Well played, Rita.
I'm glad I came back for more fun.
Yeah, there wasn't much you missed with the other level. Just some decent movement.
Nice.
Hey, quit running! Hold still!
Yeah, as you're walking away, I took your time at the GBA combat.
Yeah, I was responding to Kami the Otaku's question that I was like 45 minutes late responding to, but it's whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, like there's like a one move in the GBA when like Roddy's crouching and like crawling. He like uses his tail to like whip above him.
See a blooming thing.
It'd be a pretty bad up tilt. Be ducking, but
Yeah, it's close enough.
yeah, pretty close, I'd say.
Alright, Lady Killer, if you would please, thank you. Alright, clutch.
You call that stinking?
And thank you for dying, Spike. I appreciate it.
Did you see that?
Looked like Spike took 4 hits to take down.
Sometimes I like shoot a projectile just like as soon as you even get like near them with that crayon. It sucks.
It do suck. That was a good race with the rats, though.
Which one, part one?
Well, I wasn't there for that, but I mean, the time was. I mean, you're still maintaining pretty much. It's only like 0.3 seconds over.
Yeah, true. Alright, can I get this? There we are. And we got the ledge grab too.
Ledge grab. Oh, you did? I didn't realize you could make that.
No, and then I died. Dude, I hate when it does that. It just decides the run's over for me.
I'm coming to get you.
Alright,
I was
fine.
about to say, at least you didn't die to fall damage, but
Thanks, game.
that's weird. I guess it also is weird when you do that, because typically whenever I get through the floor, I immediately press Z to reset my camera, but I guess if you do double attack jump, you do not have that luxury.
I don't know why I went for another attack jump there, but yeah, there goes the run. This is gonna be bad. All because it didn't want me to live. This is a sad reality. This game really sucks.
That's like ways so consistent though. Like you keep dying at that spot. Like it's not even a one-off thing anymore.
I'll just make up for it with godlike movement.
Of course.
Doing it is actually not too hard, just like, it's pretty forgiving as far as those little platforms. And the game just hit me with a Baba is you.
Oh wow, your sum of best is a 51.32. It's pretty low.
Yeah, we're gaming.
Oh yeah.
Rita! Hey!
I'm just thinking about like the tat and like if it can be like 45 minutes. Because I mean, like, I don't know how much time is going to be shaved off the boat levels, but it's definitely more than what can be done human.
I'm pretty sure it would be a lot, because there's a lot of movement you also have to account for. Because I took my ILs, right? And they're, you know, they're pretty darn good, but they're, you know...
Yeah, they're still not perfect or anything. They're good, for sure.
Like, I can save a few seconds in Kensington Apartment. I can save, well, not that much time in Jar of Flies, but definitely still some time. At least a good amount of frames. Into the Lair,
Yeah.
obviously. The rest of the levels, yeah, for sure. Also, I forgot to turn rumble off, and it feels like it's like a super low rumble too. It's like weird.
Yeah, rumbling, there's like barely rumbling. But yeah, I don't just leave it on or whatever. If that's default, then I guess, yeah.
I turn it off because I usually just hate rumble. It distracts me.
Do you turn off for Smash?
Mm-hmm. It's too weird.
That's fair.
Alright, reached that somehow.
What's your opinion on tap jump?
I use it. I'm a very much on the tap jump gang side of things. It helps with instant double jumps. if you master being able to save it when you're off stage, you can actually just straight up like be good with recovering. Because it's like for Smash 64, in order to do an up air, you have to press up on the stick. So tap jump up airs are basically forced. So if you're wanting to do a short hop up air, you're almost always going to get a double jump just because of that. But if you do it frame perfect, then you get short hop up airs and falling up airs, which is very hard to do.
Yeah, but the top 64 players are insane.
I'm decent at the game myself. I mean, it's been a bit, but I can...
What character do you use?
What? Oh,
What
character. I main Luigi mostly. As far as
wow.
Smash 64 Remix, I really don't know. I don't really have a preference in that mod. But I usually go Luigi or Dark Samus or something like that. Because Dark Samus is in Smash Remix. Have you heard of that mod?
I've like heard of it, seen like a couple like YouTube thumbnails, but I know nothing about it. I mean, I just know there's like more characters. Like I know Wolf's in it, for instance. I think.
That'd be the Melee mod, but close.
Oh, okay, then
There
maybe.
is Wario.
Maybe I'm mixing things up. And Dark Samus, as you said.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this earlier, but when you get to seeing that pipe movement, did you know that you can just straight up do that? You can
Yeah, I
maintain
saw
that
you
speed.
did that before. I just didn't. You mean the thing where you just like, as opposed to like dismounting, you just normally jump onto the other pipe?
Yeah, like I kept my direction and
Yeah,
lined
that was,
myself up.
Yeah, I noticed that on your last run. I just was already talking, so I didn't have time to react.
Close.
Yeah, so you can just,
Topsider he is.
if you're like not locked on there, you can move.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can, like, it depends on how you get on though. If you go on normally, then you'll
Yeah,
get
'cause then
locked
you'll be
in position.
locked in grind state, which, yeah.
But if you go like
'Cause I
I
know-
did, then you'll be in the pseudo grind state where you're like, you'll be grinding, but you still have full range of movement until you double jump. And I mashed A for no reason, accidentally saved. Whatever, it's fine. Anyway,
Interesting. Didn't you save right before a good deed the last time?
what'd I say?
Didn't you save before a good deed last time on accident? I know you did that like on the first run. I just forget.
I saved somewhere, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember, but. Well, yeah, it's either before a good deed, before Arachne's Revenge, or before running the gauntlet. Those are the only 3 times that could have happened, because it was during the boat cutscene.
It happens somewhere in some shape or form. I just don't know what.
Yeah. Somehow.
Wow, it really just did me like that. And then I did myself like that. But then I saved it.
Alright.
maximum speed into maximum blast into wall and no more speed.
You know, just trying to get the full effects of wall boosting.
Man, I love insta boosts.
That box is your friend.
I was gonna try and carry him all the way to the end, but unfortunately, didn't pan out that way.
Wait, do you think in the lore that ramp that pops up is your box friend? He
Probably.
transformed to aid you in your adventure. Wow.
Flushed away box lore has never been the same.
It has not.
Man, that was a really late insta boost. Alright, I'm gonna try something risky and it paid off. I'm gonna do something even riskier.
Oh.
And it didn't really pay off as much, but at least it didn't die.
Alright, yeah, you didn't die. That's the important part. I like how it kind of slowly puts you back in the water.
Man, these insta boosts are looking nice.
They are looking nice.
Yes, we.
Alright. So that's a decent-ish time. Not like too far behind what I could be.
Yeah, I'm just
Well,
thinking, because, like,
well,
even with how Into the Layer went, you're still, like, under time. So if you're, like, already on, like, that good of a pace when you get into, Escape the Layer I was talking about. If you get that good on, like, Escape the Layer and then just, like, do, like, attack jump strats, like, maybe once, and then if that doesn't work, just go normal, you might be able to pull off a world record. If you then just keep it up from then.
Yeah, I plan on like focusing all my energy on just like popping off, doing license-a-thon. Be one of those legendary clips where it's just like, and that's world record, everybody. And then round of applause. Roddy was Albert Einstein. You know those memes?
Roddy was Albert Einstein.
It's just like, and everyone clapped, those sorts of stories.
Maybe. Probably have, I just don't know the term.
I'll have to send you a meme once I end stream.
Sorry to drop in unannounced.
Some super secret spider tech on stream. No. Bad dog. No. Bad dog.
I hate when I'm walking my dog and sometimes just turns 720 just in midair.
Oh god, I'm being
Attacked.
bodied. Okay, we're out of there. I almost regretted that sorely.
Got both the spiders. The dog called for help.
Got the neighbor's dog across the street. It's a pit bull.
O squascio o gusto do un plante maduro.
Now you have to fight the dog owner.
Aw, I thought I got the thing. I waited so long for it, too. Ooh, that was a really nice getting in front of her.
Nice.
So that...
Yeah, it's like pretty. Yeah, coming around, like you can get the 2-cycle pretty easily if you like. If she decides to go for like that particular, you just need to be able to like know which egg holder she's going to.
It'd be awesome if I straight up just like in the task got that sort of 1 cycle. Which I'm gonna go for, of course.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you'll be able to. Probably, I mean, you'll be able to retry, obviously. Yeah, I guess that'll be the next thing I try looking into.
Is seeing how you can get like perfectly in front of Arachne.
That, and I just kind of want to, like, replicate the, like, the weird thing with it. Let me look at the, I'll have to look at the video of, whatever I sent to the group chat initially, or the Discord initially, when I first, like, joined.
Alright, going for safe strats, because I'm not about to lose 25 seconds over saving 1 or 2 seconds.
Fair. Yeah, like, honestly, if you, well, I don't know. Again, it's your run.
I don't know, I might go wild and like do like 14 attack jumps. Just like skip to the end of the level. Find some wacky new tech. Get like a weird double cutscene skip where I just warp to the end of Rita's thing.
That would be something.
Ooh, did you see that? I was like inside of the thing.
Oh, inside of, like, the weight. Yeah, nice.
I always imagine them as tires, even though they're very much not tires.
Yeah, having the weights fall down on you, or tires, one of the things I deemed cool looking enough to be on the montage thing.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, me too.
Then I'm the one getting blasted by them sometimes. Just straight up dies.
So I just rewatched the clip that I sent. Yeah, so there's another way to, like, disrupt her. I'll just have to see if I can do it. Yeah, with enough time, I'll be able to.
Alright. I'm gonna not die to just straight up flying off of a platform this time.
Yeah, that was a weird thing.
I mean, that was my fault, but like, man, it gave me hope because I thought I had more coyote time. I just flushed away as an anime now.
Make a petition to change the name to Kawaii Time. I used to be really bad at like getting around that like fence.
I used to
when
go
I was,
tighter
first
around it.
running.
I used to go tighter around it, but like every time I tried, it just killed me. So I was just
Yeah,
like,
I-
okay, no more.
That was another choke point for me in running the gauntlet.
You can definitely go like tighter around that, but I mean,
There's no reason to.
yeah, not really, because that's already, you know, a good setup and good movement, so it's just like whatever, right?
And like you're already going slow with the blue propeller anyway, so you just lose inches at most.
Roddy, please work with me. Thank you. Yeah.
Wow, that's just rough climbable wall to climb.
Vines in this game are just straight up janky. Ooh,
And
nice,
through
got
him.
You know about the vine section, not section, but like little weird vine collision thing in the next part? Like right at the beginning of Roddy's thing where he can just...
Oh yeah,
Climb
I
on the
actually do that like normally, like during the like runs. I like latch on and double jump off of that. I don't think it's faster than just immediately turning around and getting on, but I just like doing it.
Just for
That's my
cool points?
That's my style points. Yeah, that's my jumping off the Flabby's head. Well, I'm surprised the boat fit through that cap. The door.
It does what it wants.
Fair enough.
If it fits, it sits. Or however that one cat meme goes. Please make it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, let's go.
That's like 25% skill, 75% clench.
The clench is very important.
If I'm not chewing on my microphone hard enough, then I just miss.
Yeah, that jump like used to stress me out so much. I like got in my head, but you know, I've now that I'm a veteran in this game, I cooled down. Since I still have to like prepare myself, but
I kind of do a quicker lineup where I like...
yeah, you do it much quicker than I would.
Yeah, I got to get the C-stick all like overshoot a little bit so it readjusts, and then it usually works out pretty fine.
Yeah, that's the thing. Flushed away camera controls has like messed me up, like when I play other games. Well, first of all, adjusting the flushed away's camera controls like was a struggle for some reason for me.
Was it just like the menuing, or?
I don't know exactly. I mean, it's not like... I guess it's just inverted to what I typically play games at, but like, even when I try and invert the camera, it feels weird.
When I played SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, sometimes it would just straight up revert its controls back. So I'd be looking one way, just holding the C-stick one way, and then it would just go back the other way. I'm like, dude, can I, like, look where I want to go? It sucks.
Nice jump onto the ramp, Rita.
Thank you. Also, I honestly don't know where I am in terms of pace. I know it's like 44:30, but like, I don't know how good this is. I guess I'll have to get later part of the level before I know. I think I might end at 46:30.
Gauntlet was. Yeah, honestly, because if Arachne's Revenge is, yeah, you ended that 34:22. Gauntlet should, at this pace, take 11 minutes and some change, maybe 12, but
It'll probably be 12 because my IL world record was 11:15. And that time I had all the skips except for the third level, getting back to the boat. Then I just did normal because I was way too crap scared to do anything else at that point.
yeah, that's justified. And who needs that 5 seconds? 4 maybe.
Now I guess me when someone claims the IL, but until then, I ain't touching that. No thanks.
I don't even need to run an IL to not touch that.
Alrighty. I'm gonna fire off my last one as a victory shot.
Alright, yeah, you're coming out of this level at like 12 minutes. 12 and then some.
There we are.
Hi.
Alright, I'm gonna focus in here.
Nice, that was the best you did, Gauntlet. Alright. Play Castle Siege well.
That's a really bad spot for that to be in, but whatever.
Brilliant.
I knew
There's some
it.
hardcore gaming right now.
Alright, either hoping for a double hit with the crayon cannon, which is not happening, so I'm gonna restart. Well, there goes that. Oh hey Pandrew, what's up? How's it going?
Hi.
Sorry, I just saw that I gotta focus in on this level specifically. It gives me a hard time.
Can you even get a... I don't think you can get a double hit on the crayons. Or I haven't.
I don't think it's possible, but I might as, you know, it's worth a try.
Brilliant.
Just got a haircut? Nice. I got a haircut pretty recently as well, about the middle of this month. I wear my hair pretty long, and I just missed that. Dang it. Please don't hit me.
No, they're going for ammunition.
No, they just hit me.
Oh.
Hi.
At that point, might as well just restart, because once they get in that position, they're very capable of just keeping hitting you. So there goes all my time save, all because this game hates me. And it's very possible it'll do it again.
Yeah, Castle Siege is an unfortunate run killer.
Brilliant.
Nice shot!
Andrew just made a realization about your profile picture.
Oh, missed!
Alright, get it? Aw,
Nice,
dang it.
you got two.
Alright, I gotta clutch it out with this. Shouldn't be that hard. And... yeah, I'm not gonna get anything good out of that. Oh, this is what my profile picture is from. Yep, the best game of all time. Stemming from the best movie of all time. Do not contest that, by the way.
Don't look at its box office performance either.
People just... it was just way too ahead of its time, like I said.
Hey, it had to fight with Borat, and I forgot the other. Oh, Santa Claus 3, the Escape Clause. So, you know, how can you fight against that?
Well, you can, but those were like actually timed in the time. Alright, well, now I'm just aiming for sub 1 hour at this point. It's probably gonna be like a 58, 59. Cause yeah, that just straight up threw me off entirely.
Yeah, I'd expect late 57 or a 58.
I mean, it always happens too. I'm like a good pace, like 46 after Gauntlet, and then it does that to me.
Silly English.
Yeah,
I've become
I
numb
guess-
to it at this point, though. I'm just
I
like,
guess as
whatever.
you said, like you're just not used to like how offensive the opponent can be with the
and your large Ben clocks.
Castle
You
Siege.
cannot defeat Le Frog.
If it is like AI different between emulator and console. Yeah, like I just work on recovery strats all the time because I just have to. It just happens too much.
Also, I had to angle that one hit like super perfectly.
Yeah, that worked out really well.
You are defeated, sir.
Yeah, we're gonna get like something.
Is it faster to just for the like second phase, like the penultimate string, like the second to last string of attacks, as opposed to doing like the spin move combo to deal 4 HP? Is it faster just to do advance 3 hit and then an additional attack, so then you can like follow the frog faster? Or I guess he'd jump quicker once you deal the damage to him with the spin hit.
I think it's just easier to do the like.
Yeah,
I
guess
only
it's
did
more
it there
important
because I was
at it.
autopiloting and wasn't actually thinking. But yeah.
Stand still and let me kill you.
Alright, anyway. Got that part down. Basically to a T.
Cheers, mate.
If it weren't for the fact that I'd probably be schmooving around in the tasks, I would be on par with it.
You're toast.
At least for that very small, very easy to not screw up segment.
Stop it.
Yeah, just worst case scenarios. You don't get there in time for the toad to hit the terminal.
Alright, got the hit I wanted.
Nice.
Gotta do it 2 more times though.
I can't see a blooming thing.
And you are just eviscerating these characters. We never see them again.
I'll just have a bit of...
Alright. Besides the fact that he's like over here and not where I want him to be. Ooh, that was like literally almost frame perfect, that one.
Wow.
The
Yeah.
obstacle course at home was
That was really well timed. Would say that was almost Tass, but Tass would never find himself in that situation, so. You know.
Yeah, if I had held forward for 1 more frame right there at that door, I would have died. So glad I didn't.
Yeah, good patience on that one.
No one best the toad.
Alright, there we are. Getting there.
Through the
Not
fan.
gonna be... It's gonna be like a 56 something, but... Well, I shouldn't even speak, because Y button.
You shall never escape.
Hey, yeah, don't count your Y buttons until they're pressed, alright?
Stand there and let me kill you.
Yeah, so I don't... Wait, have I? No, I've had... Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, because I had, like, the Y button just stop working during the final fight with
I'm
Toad.
hopping, man.
You think you could do an
I've got
animation
you,
skip with those switches or whatever you have to pull with Rita?
You know what? I didn't think about that until now. I'm gonna have to test that before...
Well, then there's also the like things that Roddy has to pull too, like at the end of escape the layer before Follow That Girl starts. Like to open the vent to get to the door, we have to press the buttons. Because I don't know if it's just the mechanic with those specific levers with Roddy.
I'm not entirely
Nice.
sure.
That was a
I'll-
solid run.
Yeah, 5606 seems good.
Especially with how Castle Siege treated you.
Oh man, Castle Siege is like the one thing separating me from world record right now.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, if you played your best, your predicted best was 5408 at the time of beating, running the gauntlet. So that's including like all the like mistakes in escape the layer.
Yeah, for that, if I miss like the first attack jump, I'll probably go for it 1 more time. And if I don't miss it, I'll probably go for the second attack jump. If I do miss the first attack jump, I'll go for the safe strat and just make sure I line it up correctly with buffer double jump, hold neutral for half a second, and then all that jazz.
Yeah, whatever strat you use for the quote-unquote safe strat.
Yep. Alrighty. Are you hydrated? Are you ready for 1 more run?
I'm gonna take a sip real quick and then I'll be good.
Alrighty. I better take 1 more sip for myself as well.
You get the show started whenever you are.
Alrighty. I'm gonna count it down. 5, 4, 3. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, all my settings are good. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, so this is the first level, Kensington Apartment. Newts will assume control of Roddy St. James. So Kensington Apartment is split up into 2 sections, living room and kitchen. Living room is this whole tutorial section that's supposed to teach you how to jump, double jump, attack, all that stuff, but Newts is a gamer, so he doesn't need it. Kensington Apartment is just littered with kill planes. They're all over. Like, if you're even slightly off the path, you typically will die. But there actually is this one section where there isn't, and that's past the lampshade. So Newts is going to get on top of the lampshade, jump off of that to land on the wooden beam, and then zip line down. That will pretty much skip the entirety of living room, which saves like 3-ish minutes. So we can move directly to the pantry to get onto kitchen. Or we actually debate what this is. I call it a pantry. Newt calls it a closet.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something, that's all we know.
It is something. So once we get to kitchen, Newt is going to, well, the goal for kitchen is to get to the sink in like the center. How you're supposed to do that is traverse through the kitchen by going like around the perimeter. But Newt is going to take a more direct path by using a frame perfect trick called an attack jump. If he uses an attack in midair and then inputs a jump exactly 32 frames after, he'll be able to perform an additional midair jump. This will allow him to not only dodge a kill plane, but get him enough distance to make it to the kitchen island. Getting to the sink itself is not good enough. You need to actually climb up onto the rope and drop down in order to activate the cutscene.
Yeah, and we just got it. I really clutched that because the death animation played. Sometimes they'll do that, but I'll also load in the cutscenes, so that was epic.
Yeah, very good. That trick is very hard because he had to weave through invisible kill planes and dodge all those North gun darts. So Newt is going to talk to Socket Set. He took a very kind of weird path. It's to avoid a cutscene, an additional cutscene that would have played if he just went directly at Socket Set. But now we're moving on to the second level of the game, a jar of flies. This is supposed to be a pretty lengthy level, but Newt's going to perform the jar of flies skip, which involves wedging himself under an invisible wall, landing on the perimeter of the pipe in order not to activate it and drop him into the normal part of the level, and he gets it perfectly.
Yep.
That just skips like 5 or so minutes of the entire level. That entire thing. So where he just jumped into is where the level would end. He's now going to trick the game into thinking that he's at like the normal part of the level by dropping into the elevator. This will then spawn in the flies, which he'll need to collect, and then he can run back to where he came from to end the level. You'll also notice that Newt took damage as he entered the elevator. Took 3 HP. That is fall damage. If he were to fall for like a couple frames more, he would have died entirely due to fall damage. The fall damage would be that lethal. So he did a little thing with his movement in order to mitigate fall damage. But yeah, it is extremely brutal. But it can be avoided, which Newt will try and show off in the next level. But that's pretty much it for Jar of Flies.
Yep, that was
another
pretty
skip.
clean.
Very clean. Yeah, wow, that was really impressive. Yeah, Jar of Fly skip is not easy to do. Newt's made it look very simple, but it is very hard to get not only under the invisible wall, but land perfectly onto the pipe and then jump off. But now we are in Enter the Lair, which is the third level. We are now assume control of
Right,
Rita.
Get a hold of it.
She is similar to Roddy in like the way they can both jump, double jump, and attack. But Rita also has a grapple. This allows her to obviously grapple onto things. But yeah, so he'll gain that ability. He'll then attack a jump across this crevice in order to make it to the warehouse area faster than what you'd have to do normally. And yeah. Nicely done. Oh right, you're not. I forgot you're.
Well,
anyway,
if it's anyway, we're good.
Yeah.
We're
so
in
anyway,
there now.
yeah. So now Newt's gonna go out of bound in order to skip the flood room. The flood room is this very like vertical portion of the level. It's really slow to get across. It have to hit a bunch of switches, lower the water, whatever. Newt's just gonna skip that entirely. By getting out of bounds, he's also going to try and do a death cancel.
Which I just got.
Very nice. So as you see, he fell for a long time, but suffered no fall damage. Just because right when he landed, he inputted an attack. This, for whatever reason, nullifies all attack damage, or all fall damage rather, excuse me. And yeah, he made it off scot-free. Again, that's a frame-perfect trick.
Lying punk.
So yeah, now, yeah, I know. So that was like a bunch of skips back to back to back. But now, fortunately, we have some more downtime and we have to play this level normally.
Sluggish, mate?
We are gonna get to the gear room. The gear room has gears that will spin. The first gear has a hole in it that we have to get across. It is random to what cycle it will be on. We'll see what cycle Newt gets this time around.
It's, yeah, the usual, not that great.
Yeah, so he will just have to wait a bit until he can get through. But then we are going to get to the Steam section. The Steam is pretty brutal. The hitbox for the Steam is way bigger than what it actually shows up as. It may look like you can jump over it, but it's huge. You'd have to get on top of these cork things or pieces of bread. I'm not entirely sure what these are, if I'm being frank.
I cannot see here, but we're going for a blind-ish jump, and we're up here. Out of the blind section.
Yeah, lighting in this game is not great at times. For whatever reason, with Newt's setup, he just, I don't know, it's just absurdly dark. Actually, he had to change settings on OBS to make it as visible as it is now. So yes, this is like as visible as we can make the game with all like brightness adjusted. It's a bit crazy, but yeah, for whatever reason, Newt's game is just darker than what it normally is, at least for me.
I think my Wii's haunted, honestly.
Yeah, that would explain some other things that have happened to you, Newts. So now he's going to do a grapple jump. This involves holding himself in place with the Y button, holding a direction, and then mashing A. This allows him to jump off the grapple, which you cannot do normally. This gives him additional vertical height, which will allow him to skip going around the perimeter of the level in order to get to this vent. And we are now going to enter the Toad's bedroom. Do you want to go over what movement we do there?
Alright, so sneaking this game, as you can briefly see whenever I miss a roll. Alright, it's kind of a sidestep, but Roddy's is a roll, Rita's is a sidestep. Basically, it allows you to move quite a bit faster through there because Rita's sneak is really, really slow. Saves about 3 to 4 seconds if you do it, you know, a little bit better than I did. Not, you know, just like typical how it goes.
It's a bit hard to get used to at first, but yeah, rolling is definitely much faster than just tiptoeing around and Rita's sneak. But yeah, now we just have to enter the bedroom, take the ruby, and then get out of there. Once we break through the window, we'll be going onto a grind section. Both characters can grind on these like pipes. We'll see Roddy do that in a future level. Not too much to talk about. There are some weird properties with grinding, but they aren't really all that important.
Man, I want to take a quick second to just say I'm like on IL pace right now.
And you're very, yeah, you're very good right now.
Ooh,
I
man.
mean, you're already, like, I have never seen Enter the Layer being cleared at 10 minutes.
That is
Yeah,
insane.
That is crazy. Keep it up, bud.
Thank you. I'll try. I'm already
sick.
feeling the nerves.
Now then, that wasn't.
Well, just replicate this for License-a-thon then.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, so now we're moving on to the next level. Rita just boarded her boat, which is called the Jammy Dodger, and that is what we are going to be playing as. So this level, Race with the Rats, has 2 sections. One is just learning how to drive the boat. The second is a shooter section, which we'll get to when we get there. So as for what the Jammy Dodger can do, it can accelerate with the A button. We can shoot things with the R trigger. We can salvage with the X button with salvage spots, but salvaging is pretty useless. And then we can also jump with the L trigger, which for some reason the game doesn't teach us to do.
Even though it's like the most
confirm that.
important button.
Yeah, you even have to do that, like, you're supposed to do that for the later level. But anyway, yeah. The Jammy Dodger in the air is very good. So, yeah, we almost always wanted to have it in the air or, like, be jumping. That's because we are able to do these 2 movement tests, called insta-boosting and dolphin diving, which Newts will get into later once we get out of this tutorial section. But yeah, the Jammy Dodger is pretty difficult to control overall in terms of just getting the movement perfectly. Yeah, as you'll see, we just salvaged some stuff. We just required to do that for the tutorial. We pick up these salvage which we can sell to the shopkeepers for upgrades or other things that we can get to the Jammy Dodger. So right now, Newt is equipping the Roman candles, which are useful. Well, we have to use them at one point in the round. But there's like a fire extinguisher, which like barely boosts your speed. There's like these seltzer pills, which I don't think they do anything. But yeah, we really don't need to mess with any other the bells and whistles of the Jammy Dodger. Newt, do you want to explain insta-boosting and dolphin diving?
Sure. So, dolphin diving is probably the most basic technique for the Jammy Dodger. It involves just jumping and then letting the buoyancy of the Jammy Dodger just like, it gives you enough buoyancy that you just, because it, hold on, I'm having
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. We don't need to do that. I can just talk. You don't need to do it.
Well, I can do it. It's just
Okay.
I'm not thinking right now. So dolphin dives, the game wants you to go up because, you know, emulating buoyancy and everything, right? But the Jammy Dodger is going down. So it solves this by creating 4 momentum, kind of like what you're seeing right now. And this happens just even with regularly landing. And then there's an exploit you can do that can cancel some of that downward momentum even more into forward momentum like there. That is a standard insta-boost. There's no other names for the other ones because we don't know what all sorts of insta-boosts there are, but there are plenty of different types of insta-boosts. And the best one is the regular one where you basically just get immediate speed, which is why it's called the insta-boost.
Yeah, insta-boosting is pretty recent. It was only found like a few months ago.
Yeah, so that's why we don't know all the ins and outs about it.
Yeah, so that was Race with the Rats Part 1. Now we are on to Part 2, which which I said was the shooter section. The Jammy Dodger has different modes and stations. There's the crayon cannon and the air cannon. Hopefully we will never see the air cannon be used. But yeah, so crayon cannon, we have to fight 4 waves of enemies right now. It's going to be Fat Barry, then it's going to be Fat Barry and Timonia's Ted. That's going to be the 2 of them and Lady Killer, and then it'll be Whitey and Spike. So right now he's taking out Fat Barry. We actually just passed this point where if he were a Tass, you would be able to get a section. So typically the waves come at like different points of times depending on the curve. That's like the only time that the enemies can spawn in. But he can, if he beats the 2 enemies like as quickly as possible, he'd be fast enough to spawn in the wave of 3 early, so that he could then spawn in the final wave early. And once the final wave is taken care of, the level will end. So typically for the first 3 waves, it doesn't really matter how fast you beat them, just so long as you beat them within a certain time.
Alright, Spike's fighting me a little bit, but we're good.
Yeah, Spike's a fighter for some reason. He is very evasive.
Did you see that?
Actually, all these rats are very hard to hit in general.
They're on a set path, but still.
Yeah, and we can kind of predict their movements, but again, just crayons are just have so small of a hitbox. They're just notoriously hard to hit. But that was a very clean race with the rats. Very good split. So now we're at Escape the Lair, so we take back control of Roddy.
Gonna get you.
Newt is going to try for these attack jumps.
Well, not anymore, but...
Much, but alright. Yeah, so there is a time save you can do as opposed to going to the right, taking a cutscene. Just doing 2 attack jumps. That will get him across. Again, it is 2 frame perfect attack jumps that he'd have to do, so very difficult. So he's eschewing that just to get the run moving along. Now he's going to get onto these ropes. He will then try and phase through the ground. And so that's a skip. Now that he could do that, it skips having to like go around, get up to that point. His movement is to avoid cutscenes, so he just moves straight along to the end of the level. Yeah, this Escape the Lair is pretty lengthy, but he's avoided most of it, so good on that. So
yeah, we went through it about
Escape the
3
Lair is
times as fast as we normally would. And I would usually do the attack jumps, but look at that time save, dude. I don't think I want to do that right now.
That time save. Yeah, you really shouldn't. Like, also, don't go for the gauntlet thing. Death cancel. I don't think my heart could take it if you don't make it. I mean, you can if you want to, obviously, but...
I'm not going to.
Yeah, good. That's good to hear. So anyway, now we are at Follow That Girl. So this is the second half of this level. Well, I say half, but this section is way longer than Escape the Lair took us. So basically we're chasing down Rita and her boat. This isn't like a running flagpole thing. It's not like we reach the boat and then the level ends. No, the level ends when the level ends. There's just an additional timer at the bottom that really we don't need to care for, since, of course, due to speedrunning, he's going to be fast enough to completely ignore that entirely. So this is what's known as the hydration break, where we just sit on this boat and then also just run straight along this path.
I'm probably not going to go for the wall ride here, but...
Good. I was like, is there any other, like, low reward, high risk things that I need to tell him not to do?
I know, right?
Yeah, so there would have been a wall ride there that would have saved a bit of time, but losing that would send you all the way back to before you got onto this little, like, boat things. So, a very high risk, low reward. If you had to summarize Newt's play style, is that I, on the other hand, just love safety and consistency.
Where's the
And that
bike
is what
helmet while I
separates us.
just go?
Yes, the hard hat, the bike helmet, give knee pads, elbow pads, give me it all. You'll see Newt is interacting with these colored orbs. These are called propeller points. There's blue and purple ones that send you horizontally, and then there are orange and yellow ones that send you vertically. We won't see yellow ones until running the gauntlet, but yeah. Anyway, blue orbs are weaker than the purple ones and are very slow as a result, so
I just got the best cycle possible. Whew.
gears, it's just kind of up in the air to where they will be. Newts will also take some weird.
Are you cutting out?
Oh, am I cutting out?
You were still talking about
Hello?
the skip, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we can just pretend you said that since you cut out, but it's fine. Unless you
At
want
this
to
point,
still
we've
do
already
it.
Passed it. No, I mean, I said it to myself, so that's all that matters.
At least somebody heard it.
Yeah. If the walls could talk.
If only.
Yeah, so Newt is just getting along to the rest of the level. As you see, there's the grinding like Rita could do. Yeah, he's just gonna take very precise movement in order to just optimize, just basic optimization of platforming and just movement. There's going to be this gap that Newt will clear without the need for the blue orbs. He uses a combination of coyote time, which is a mechanic of many platformers, where you're considered grounded even after running off a ledge for like 6 frames. It's just to give a buffer to make the game easier and less like restrictive, just so you can make jumps easier. And he also used delayed double jumps to just help them get across big gaps.
Alright, now we're
And
getting
yeah.
to the next pipe section. Well, if I don't mess up like that, I'll just do it normal. There we are.
Yeah, might as well. It's a bit risky anyway.
I'll knock you bum over!
Alright,
So
well,
yeah, that is Follow That Girl.
Yep. And the next 2 levels are gonna be pretty easy. Not, there are some parts where you can choke pretty bad and lose a run. But other than that, we're sitting pretty good. So, we relax a little bit.
I must have one of those suits.
Yeah, just take your break before Gauntlet.
I don't know. 40 quid.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean escape to the layer.
Oi, mate, at your boat.
So now we are at a good deed. So first of all, we need to talk to Charlie Wu in order to get the mission. As you saw, we had to take 2 different cutscenes to get to him. We cannot skip the first cutscene like we did with Socket Set. Just the hitbox to start that cutscene is just way too wide. There's just no way around it that we can find at the moment. But now we're in a good deed, so we're about to save some orphans. We do this by taking the Jamie Dodger from going to start to the end of the area, and end of the area back to the start. Yeah, so it's another boat section. There's a lot more obstacles here, which are actually very, very dangerous and can lose you time for no reason other than just the game being the game. So, yeah, I guess just collision is very weird with the boat. Sometimes we can just go, like, call in our inner Tony Hawk Pro Skater and just pull off some 720s and, like, really wild moves. Again, the boat just does not like touching anything, and the objects don't like touching the boat, so it just launches it off course terribly. But even so, Newts will take as optimal a path as he can, sometimes even jumping over these objects in like trash heaps. And yeah, that's pretty much the whole level. It's pretty punishing if things don't go your way, but otherwise it's a pretty straightforward level. Some things to note is that we are playing on the GameCube version of this game, so this flushed away like the whole game series came out on 4 different platforms: GameCube, PlayStation 2, the DS, and the Game Boy Advance. The GameCube and the PlayStation 2 are similar games. Like, the only difference is that that load times are longer in PS2. That's why we prefer GameCube. But the DS and Game Boy Advance games are entirely different games. They're their own beast. Yeah, Newt is planning to become a Grandmaster of Flushed Away, though, so he will eventually speedrun and master those games.
Eventually. It's gonna take quite a few years, I would think.
But yeah, that is his plan. Yeah, another thing is that, as I said, we're saving orphans right now, and if you remember the movie, we don't save orphans. Yeah, there's a lot of plot differences between the game and the movie. Like, if you squinted your eyes and tilted your head and looked at both scripts, you can see that they're similar, but especially the middle portion, there's so much differences. It's pretty much stops following the game, or stops following the movie plot after it escaped the lair, and it's already loosely following it at that point. But,
yeah, some beloved characters like Gilbert and Sullivan, which you may have seen like a couple frames of the intro cutscenes, as well as like on the kitchen itself. That's all I get to see of them, but they're Roddy's butlers. They don't exist in the movie. Wish they did, though. They're very charming.
But if you remember the movie plot, that would completely destroy Roddy's character, as he's supposed to be lonely, and having butlers would kind of defeat that purpose.
Yes.
But yeah. This game also employs new original characters, and we'll see that in the next level. So yeah, a good deed. Yeah, that can go terribly awry. So glad that went as smooth as it did.
Well.
So now we are going to play Arachne's Revenge. So Arachne is the original character of the games. It's this big Brazilian spider. And we have to take her down. So this is the first time we'll be using combat in this game. There's going to be a few more instances to where we have to fight things. Roddy has one more fight with LaFrog, and Rita has to take out 3 mini-bosses during the final level. So as for combat, both the rats have a primary attack combo, which is accomplished by the B button, just B, B, B. An advanced attack combo with the Y button, which press that 3 times. And there's also a spin combo, which is accomplished by doing B attack and then rotating your control stick. Rita's spin move is different, but we'll touch on that during her fights. But as for Roddy's, his spin move itself does 3 damage, so plus the first attack that you have to start with, that's 4, which is very high damaging for what they can do. So what Newts will do when he fights Arachne is use the advanced combo with 3 attack combo with the Y button, and then do the spin move combo. Whenever she's vulnerable, which we'll get to when we get there. But for now, he's just gonna climb an elevator and take out the Arachne spawn so they don't mess him up.
I usually don't, but I'm not merciful today. Plus, I need to save frames, so I need them to not mess me up.
Yeah, once the third one's there, you can give yourself a clear time.
So they just straight up dodged me there. Anyway.
So yeah, as for Arachne's boss fight, she'll only be vulnerable for, so you throw these spider eggs. She will then catch them, and once she catches them, she will be vulnerable. She will then run to put them down, but as long as she's holding the egg, she will be vulnerable. Within this window, Newts can do the advanced combo into the spin combo to deal 7 HP.
I have had just about enough of you, little one.
Before the vulnerability window ends. This, he'll have to do that at least 2 times, but she'll be left on at least 1 HP, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see how this fight goes. You typically, like normal, is getting this in 2.5 cycles, but you can get it faster.
Alright, yeah, that was the best, but it'll work.
That's fine, you can still recover it. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. And for the folks who are just joining us, this is a really good run.
Like, actually,
This is absurdly good. So, send your luck and good luck
Hello,
to
Mom.
Newts. Please and thank you. So, that was Arachne's Revenge. Now we're going to go to the next 5th of the run, which is running the gauntlet. This is an extremely long level, like very long, too long in fact. But yeah, the lore of this level is that like we have to deal with football players, or well, soccer players, or if you're American, I guess.
yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so the gauntlet is split up into 4 different rooms. The first 3 rooms are played by Roddy, and the last room is played by Rita. Between the rooms, we play as the Jamie Dodger to just traverse around. In each room, we have one goal: break the lock so we can move on. So we have, for room 1, we have to pull 2 switches in order to unlock the entire gate so we can get past. There is a trick that Newts can do by going on top of the building, going behind a building, phasing through it, and doing a death cancel. But we're not doing that today. No,
Yes.
no.
Too much.
There's too much going on here.
That'd be way too scary.
Yep. So we are not gonna do that. And because you're not doing this, I'm sure you're gonna get like your best split on this gauntlet.
Just gotta
Yeah.
get the box, skip, and then we're all good.
And then we are all good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so proud to think you. Wow, you were. I just looked at the time again, and that is so early to be this late in the run. Yeah, this is a really great run.
And just got the animation skip.
Nice. So yeah, typically Roddy does like a 3 to 4 second animation when he pulls down on the switch. But if you get within the like hitbox to where like you can activate the switch, activate it, then immediately move out, he will just not do the animation. So as you can see, he had to do it for the second switch, but that's normal. The animation skips are kind of hard to pull off, but again, if you get them, it is really good. It's like double frame perfect kind of position, perfect kind of. It sounds daunting and scary, but it's actually a lot easier than it sounds. If you just spin the control stick, just kind of hope and pray. And if it doesn't work, then you just do it normal. so it's very low risk, high reward, unlike most of how Newt's game plan is. But yeah, now we're on to room 2. So Newt needs to break down this brick wall first. This is to open up to get one of the parts to the switch. Right now, the switch to unlock the gate is broken. So we need to get the 3 gears all throughout this room. The gap, there's like a gap between like where like we wouldn't even need to use the brick wall if we could jump over it. Unfortunately, it is too far away. Like, just barely.
Roddy needs to do some stretches before he tries that.
Honestly, like, it's just too close. Like, I even went into, like, the game's, like, memory and to, like, read the memory values and stuff, and it's, like, 0.2 units away. Like, Roddy can jump, like, 10.3 units far, like, being the most optimal as possible. But, the gap is like 10.5, and it's just enough to where we can't reach it, which is unfortunate. But yeah, the rest of this room is just played normally, just basic platform optimization. We'll see some more blue orbs. We'll take the ones that we need because we can't skip all of them, but we are able to just jump around like the first one and then take the rest. Yeah, then we'll need to board the Jammy Dodger once again, get to the other dock within this room. That will bring us to the other gear that we need. And then once we pick that up, we can then activate the switch and get away from this room.
This room is like the easiest, but also the scariest room. Just because you die once, you're getting sent right back to where you got that one gear. Like the last gear that you got. Because if I died right now, I'd have to go back on the boat, and all that time save that I accrued, gone. I would be sad. But we're not gonna lose that sort of time today.
No, we are not. Not today. Yeah, so many of the things that, what was I even gonna say? I don't know.
Got another animation skip though, so there's that.
Nice. Some more time shaved off. And yeah, so that's room 2. Now we're going to be moving on to room 3. Room 3, you're supposed to play a mini game called Pathfinder. It's to move these boxes on the wire around to create a path for Roddy in order to get from one side to the other. However, from the box's default position, it is possible to make a jump to the other side. This is called box skip. It is pretty difficult to do. You have to make sure your jump is delayed, and like, because if you miss it, you will die. And dying will send you back 40 seconds, like all the way back to where the boat was. So yeah, just take your time, Newts. Make sure you get it. Good luck.
Alright. Gonna line this up this time. Okay, clenched it. 25%
Gamer.
skill, 75% clench. That's what that requires.
Yep, alright. That was really good that he didn't miss that.
Yeah.
And what Newt is not going to do on his way back is try and get off the Jammy Dodger the fast way, because that could kill him.
Yeah, there is a way to, you know where that salvage box is, the floating box. You can jump from there back to the Jammy Dodger, and if you mash the X button, you can activate the Jammy Dodger pulling out. But I'm not going to do that, because, yeah, too little reward.
Because that will send them right back to the switch he just activated.
That would be 50 seconds lost. Well, maybe
And we don't-
40. Yeah, 40.
Either way, we don't want that. So we're not even going to risk it. So yeah, that's room 3 pretty much. And that's a wrap on what Brody has to do for this level. So now the rest is up to Rita. Rita's section is just straightforward. There's no major skips. There's really just being as optimal as possible with just pathing out things. And that's about it. And then after that room is done, that is running the gauntlet. So again, this entire level does take a very long time. You know, almost over a fifth actually, depending on this run's time, but we shall see.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm feeling the pressure, but after
Yeah,
Castle
just-
Siege, we're basically on the home stretch, so I'm not too
Yeah.
worried.
Just keep a cool head on Castle Siege. Like, I honestly wouldn't even reset. Like, even if you get sent back, I would just keep at it. Personally,
I know, but this is demoralizing. I'm
it
very
is.
sad.
Castle Siege is demoralizing and very sad, but yeah.
I usually do it just a way to see if I can get better RNG, but didn't work out for me last time. So we're gonna try something else this run.
Yeah, I would like just try and get at least one flag and then just guided crayon your way through. If I were in your shoes, but I mean, again, like, I don't know, be more comfortable with the catapult. Just doing that until they send you back.
As long as the first 3 turns go well, it's in the
Yeah.
bag.
Yeah, it's just hopefully crayon cannon goes right in its corner and shoots at the wall like a good crayon cannon.
Yeah, speaking of that, the rest of this level, there's not really much to talk about, so we're going to talk about Castle Siege. Before
Yep,
we get there,
we will
of
talk
course,
about Castle Siege.
it's very, very scary. Not because it's necessarily hard, but the 40 seconds that it usually takes from starting it to finishing it can sometimes take 3 or 4 minutes. And this is because it's very unforgiving with its AI and, you know, just luck sometimes.
Yeah, so it's a game where you and your opponent has to try and get just 3 flags. Obviously, the opponent doesn't stand a chance to beat us. Even if they did beat us, though, that would end the level, and we can move on. So if they could beat us fast, that'd be great, but they can't because they're inept. So Newts has to win on his own, but unfortunately, the opponent does not make that easy sometimes. So what he'll first do is move his catapult to the closest position. This will allow him to just make easier shots to hit the flags. The opponent can hit that catapult back to the starting position. So we're just gonna hope that does not happen. Good luck with
that's a
Castle
little bit-
Siege, bud.
Okay, I got it. Okay. Alright, the crayon cannon moved in the right position.
Another one down!
Line that up. I don't want to mess that up too much.
Brilliant! Rather weak, that was!
Getting almost perfect RNG.
That's good.
Brilliant! Another one down!
Alright.
Spot on!
Okay. Just one crayon cannon shot will do it. And then the rest of the run is basically in the bag.
Basically. I mean,
If I had a
kick punch-
heartbeat thing right now, it would be 140 or higher.
Right. So that was a very smooth castle siege. There are ways that it can go better, but that is pretty good. No time loss whatsoever with that castle siege, so that is great.
Yeah, I just
French
noticed
frog
it's literally
legs.
like flat.
French frog legs is
You hit like a small
even though it's the penultimate level in the game, it's pretty easy. There's 3 rooms with Rita we have to get across. Pretty basic stuff. We just optimize things, but that's, yeah, not too stressful all that much. You can't die in some places, but yeah.
Yeah, I made a little bit of a
yeah.
mess up, but it's fine. It's only like 10 seconds lost.
That's fine. Hey, just give yourself a buffer so you can make world record again on license, you know. But yeah, anyway. So then we're gonna have to fight LaFrog with Roddy after Rita gets through her 3 rooms. He also just did a grapple jump just a little while ago. It's just saves you a bit more time as opposed to just dropping completely and then climbing up the wall. Yeah, but as for LaFrog's kind of not a very fun fight. You can do it optimally within 4 cycles. So, kind of same thing with Roddy, just getting the 7 HP down as you can with the advanced combo and spin move. He is only vulnerable when he sticks out his tongue and then you attack it. That's at least for phase 1. After he does that twice, he will then go into phase 2. Phase 2, he eschews going on the walls to attack you directly from the ground. It's pretty easy to avoid. He'll just cartwheel toward you and then try and hit you. You just need to hit him 2 more spin attack combos, and that should be the fight.
Got that pretty darn clean.
Yep, pretty good. Just a little mistake at the beginning there, but super clean French frog legs otherwise. So now we are at the final level, the amphibian dodge. First, we have to skip through 19 cutscenes, which will hopefully calm his nerves down.
Maybe. Can't guarantee it.
Yeah. So for the first room, Roddy just has to avoid the toad throwing these flasks of liquid nitrogen at him, except he wants flasks to hit these 3 terminals. One on the left, one on the back, one on the right. Each terminal needs to be hit 3 times in order for it to break. Once all 3 terminals are broken, we'll then move on to Rita's fights with the hench rat. I guess I can just start talking about the hench rats as we just wait for the toad to bring his own demise. For the hench rats, each rat has a weakness. Fat Barry is the cold shower thing. Timon-Nosed Ted's weakness is the flash of the camera. And Lady Killer's weakness are the air vents. We need to exploit that in order to make each of them vulnerable. They're only vulnerable for a short window of time, so we can only really 2-cycle them with using just the normal attacks, which are typically her best option. She is faster with her spin move. It is weaker. It only does the first hit and the spin move combined only does 3 damage, but it is very fast. But it's also super hard to hit. Even though you could get a 1-cycle using the spin hits, there's no forward hitbox. So it is just absurdly difficult.
I just hit the back hitbox right there to save about a second over hitting him again.
Yeah, because just instant 2 damage right when the vulnerability opens up. So great use of the spin move.
I can't see a blooming thing.
For Thimble-Nosed Ted in particular, I prefer to just do the regular since it takes so short a time for him to actually, you know, to get back into his vulnerable state. Whoops, kind of messing up here, but it's fine. Alright. A little bit sloppy, but we made up for the lost time earlier, so it's fine.
Yep.
All good.
obstacle course at home was...
So, those are Rita's fights. Now we're back to Roddy. This is the final section he has to play as Roddy. It's just an obstacle course, pretty much. There's danger pretty much around every corner. There's going to be steam, there's going to be these electric things that kill him instantly, there's going to be these gate closing things that kill him instantly, there's going to be pits that will kill him instantly. Yeah, just not a fun time in general, but...
I missed a jump there, but it's fine.
Alright.
Victory shall be mine!
Yeah, it could be alright. Yeah, again, it's a very precarious section. It's just, yeah. Not much else you can do, really. Good movement all around.
Alright,
Yeah,
the fan
there's
doesn't
gonna
have a
be-
hitbox, by the way, so we just kind of soar through there. You're supposed to go to the left and activate a switch, but don't need to do that, so all good here.
Fan is merely a suggestion.
Stand still!
But yeah, that was it for
Suggestion.
Roddy. So now we have to play as Rita. Rita has to first hit a switch, grapple onto a higher platform, press a button, and then activate the liquid nitrogen from that side. She needs to do that 2 more times, and that will then make the toad angry. She will follow the toad up to the highest platform, and then the final battle will happen. As opposed to fighting the toad directly, you instead have to just break his platforms. He'll be throwing those bottles at you, but that you just have to hit it out of his hands, which then make his platform weak, and that will be it.
Whew, okay.
Yeah, so it's just needs a clean fight here.
Victory shall be mine!
And we just wait in awe.
I'm happy now.
World record! World record!
That is a world
Oh
record,
my God.
ladies
Like
and
the
gentlemen.
evil demise of rodent kind has
Yes.
been stopped cold.
Finally!
That was a
I think you've spent a
fantastic
bit too
run,
much
dude.
time
That
around
was
our warty
absolutely
friend.
Speaking of
insane.
whom, where has he
Oh
gone
my
off to?
god,
Yeah,
dude.
tried to stop the
That
factory
is
closing. Got a
absolutely
bit tongue-tied.
crazy.
On stream 2, right before license-a-thon.
Yeah?
Holy
go.
crap.
I suppose this is it then. You'll be off to Kensington.
Ooh,
I'll be off on my holiday.
Yes, well,
good
I was
lord.
thinking about this strange
that was an
Europe trip of
absolutely
yours.
insane
You,
run. You
wouldn't
could not have a
to
better
be the
start.
first Mate, would you?
Rod,
I know,
got
right?
say no
You
more.
shattered
I'd
at
be happy
jail
to have you
and
along.
then kept it up the entire
If you
way.
don't mind taking a
Oh
risk
my
or two.
god.
Risk?
Yeah, that was
That's-
Talking about?
really
Thought we were
well
leaving all that
done.
behind.
Anything worth doing is worth taking a risk.
That's just a testament to how much flushed away can be pushed, everybody.
Oi!
This is
Oh, so
why
you on
we
here?
run
Not.
this.
He's gonna stand there.
This is
gaping, or
exactly
he's
why we
coming
run
down.
this.
Alright, Zoot is now
They
here.
say, nothing ventured and all that.
Oh, Zoots.
Off I go!
Well, Zoot, guess what we
And a
just
fine
did?
landing if I do say
What?
so myself.
World record, baby. World record on stream.
What time is
I
it?
demand an apology.
5207.
I'll let you be
Oh,
captain
nice.
every other
Jeez.
day.
Oh my god, I'm... Oh man, I need to take a bit
Yeah.
of a break.
Yeah, this is his 4th run of the day also. We were just like supposed to be practicing, just commentating.
And then
Oh,
I
wow.
just popped off. Good lord.
Yeah, good job.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, really well done.
Oh man.
I mean, only a couple of mistakes and deaths, but like,
Okay, so
fantastic.
can you still hear me?
Yeah, I could still hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm on my phone right now because I'm on vacation, but I'm leaving. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I should be able to commentate for the marathon tomorrow.
Well,
If
the marathon is Saturday, and well, Kira and I are currently. Hold on, I can't speak. Kira and I
oh no,
already.
Saturday. I meant Friday. Yeah.
Kira and I kind of already have it covered, but I'm glad.
Oh right,
that-
yeah. I forgot, bro.
Yeah, sorry about
If you
that.
need like, No, seriously. If you need like any like rooms, fine.
Oh yeah,
Just
but
telling you if I yeah.
while you're here though, how's GBA stuff going? Cause I haven't
GBA.
been going good, or
Yeah, it's been going fine. The games are kind of hard though. So I actually haven't checked if the runs. So yeah, let me check that.
I'm glad it's going
Yeah, it
pretty
looks
good.
pretty difficult. I watched the run by Saint Migraine, and like there's this one like shmup section with the Jamie Dodger, and like I don't know how you can get through that without dying once. And then
You
there's
just got a game.
Yeah,
You're always fighting. There's a hitbox on screen at all times.
yeah. Seriously, I guess so, man.
Just play like Toho or Epic Battle Fantasy or whatever it's called. That one Flash game.
Yeah,
That's all you need
it's
to
still
do.
pending.
Well, hopefully either Saint Migraine wakes up or something happens. That's, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, dude, it's up to you to wake him from his slumber. Just get world record and make him rise.
I'll probably end up like becoming a super mod, and I'll probably just like make him a mod. If I I'll ask for it to become a mod if I become super mod, because but
Yeah.
I hope everything works out. Like I don't want to be like, oh hi, what's up? I'm now your new mod because you were dead for a few days.
It'd also just be nice to talk to him about like strats and whatnot.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I was thinking if I could like find some old like forums where like talked about it, because game's ancient probably. Probably somebody that found something.
Yeah, hopefully, like, because the only reason that I ever got anywhere with Flushed Away is because Super Squonk and, well, I guess Slants came later, but Super Squonk taught me everything I needed to know. And then I just kind of blasted through with a world record. Cause,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
yeah, and then, yeah.
And then I strutted along. I pretty much learned the game by myself, just watching the other runs. But yeah, then I came on, learned new tech, and then yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you just inspired me to just, like, go off.
Dude, now I'm kind of inspired to start running it again. I don't want to get 51 now.
Yeah, get 51. Once you finish your guide, I'll learn the run. I was gonna learn the game like how you did, but I always got caught up with stuff like when I was going to. So like we'd be like out for the weekend, or something like that. Like I'm like, okay, we'll sit down and learn it, and then we'd leave or something.
Yeah, the full guide's probably gonna take a while, like with each individual level. But like,
Oh yeah.
I don't know. If you have any like, you could probably just with like the original, like the intro with all the advanced tech stuff, and then just watch this world record run now.
Yeah.
Then if you have just any questions, just feel free to
That
ask
is
either
true.
one of us.
Actually, I might learn it then.
Yeah, just ask us if you have any like questions about why do you do this or how do you do that.
Yeah, if you
Okay,
need
that's true.
hard strats or safe strats, backup strats, fast but not so scary strats, we're here for you.
Yeah, if you want to go optimal, talk to Newts. If you want to go completely safe, like put on the bike helmet and knee pads, talk to me.
Yeah, my path is like the no chance of survival path from Madagascar. But there is a
Actual
chance
death.
of survival. Marty does get through there, so it's a lie.
Already
Yeah,
does
they're just
get
a
through,
turn.
yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah, congrats, Newts.
thank you.
Good
Yeah,
run.
GG's.
I'm glad
GG.
that I was able to do that today, and I'm glad that you were along the ride with me.
Oh yeah, I was. Oh yeah, I guess also, Zoo, we were also like commentating the entire run.
Oh, that's really convenient.
That is very convenient. Thanks, Newts.
Yeah, we basically. There's the
Good
guide.
time
There
to-
you go.
Good time to get world record.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
2 days before the thing. Yeah.
Now I
Actually,
just do it Saturday as well.
Yeah, break 51 on Saturday. You've already
Yeah, it
shown
gets
you
sub.
can do it.
Yeah, it gets sub 50 any percent. In the commentary mode.
I just do like the task only Kensington strat.
Oh yeah, the thing with the Nerf darts in the living room.
Yeah, exactly.
If I did that, I would like that would just assert me as a like actual like deity. I don't think I will though. That'd be too much. My heart couldn't take it.
Yeah, you just stopped
So,
the
yeah,
round like 30 seconds in.
So yeah, guys, I just pulled off, the hardest strat in the entire game. That's the first time someone's done it, real-time attack.
Actually, Squonk was the one who did it first because he did it RTA. And it was like, I mean, just as a demonstration.
Oh yeah,
but
because he's Squonk.
he also
Yeah.
hacks the game, so it's just like, man.
Yeah, I did just hack my game to get all three flags in one shot in Castle Siege.
All right, that's doable though. I can replicate
know.
that. If you
But,
box
enter the
skip
layer
though,
box. Yeah.
I
enter
hate
the
that
layer
box. It's not real. Squonk literally made it up.
I told Newts already, but so like the Dolphin memory engine.
Yeah.
So I like phased into the box, and there's literally no collision there. Like there's no way to like stand in the box. So I have no idea how he even got another jump in.
Dude, he got like the SMB1, SMB2 wall jumps.
Literally
Honestly,
like pixel perfect. Basically, that's
Yeah.
what that was.
Like hyper sub pixel alignment, perfectly lined up so he could jump there.
Literally like an atom from, like a particle from the sun hits the Wii in such a way that he just, like bit flipping, like in Mario 64.
I'm sure he did stop and swap.
Basically.
He stops. He puts in OOT, like a cartridge somehow, and then like does ace, makes that box have collision on the side, and then he hopefully puts a disc into his Nintendo 64.
I mean, there's
to a Wii.
There is the Master Quest port. Like you can play Ocarina of Time on GameCube. So I mean,
Oh, yeah, you're
it's
right.
not out of the question. Hey,
That
just
is
did something
true,
with
yeah.
Memory card.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't know. Squonk actually a cheater? Question mark.
Oh, well, we know the answer already.
He either just like manipulates the game in real time or he's just hacking.
It's like one of those movies where it's like has like the hacker that's like obviously fake, but he's like flying flush away.
I'm in.
I'm in the box.
Oh man, alrighty. Well, I'm probably gonna end stream. So, thank you guys for coming on and congratulating me. I didn't think I'd do this today or like within the next month, honestly, but it came around. World record is here again.
Yeah, once your enter the layer time was 10:22, I was like, wow, this is gonna be a good run. Also, wait, didn't you also die in? Didn't like you fall or something?
Let's see.
Whatever. I mean, I'm sure it'll be rewatched at some point. So.
So Kensington was perfect. Jarfly is perfect. Enter the Lair, I think I died because I missed a jump. Not because of the slug, but
I
because
think
of
you
my
didn't
own.
grapple. Yeah.
Yeah, that
You just didn't
happened.
grapple before Coyote time ended.
Race with the Rats, I bumped into a couple things.
That was still fantastic though.
Escape the Lair, I had down pretty
You missed the
good.
attack jumps, but yeah.
A
Then you
good
just did
deed
normal
was. A good deed I thought I did pretty well.
strats. I mean, you got your best time on it, so yeah.
Right Knee's Revenge, also good.
You messed up the fight a bit.
Oh
But you
yeah,
You
right.
recovered, but
Wasn't that
yeah,
bad
I mean,
though.
it wasn't perfect. No. That
The
was, like, a
Gauntlet
couple
was
seconds.
like almost IL level. Castle
Yeah, pretty
Siege,
much.
literally no time lost at all. French Flog legs died at the beginning, lost 15 seconds, but otherwise was fine. And then Amphibian Dawn, I just killed it.
But you killed Roddy, but then you killed it.
Oh yeah, true.
Double kill.
Double kill.
All right. Well,
Yeah, you could not ask for a better run.
yeah,
But boy,
that
howdy,
was.
do I now want to get a better run. Is this what it was like when I got world record? It's kind of like, maybe I want to play this game again.
No, I just like woke up one day and I just like saw that, and then like okay, it was awkward because when I had first got world record, I bragged about it so much, like it was my magnum opus. It still is.
Well,
But,
you
you
beat
know-
the time by like 7 minutes, didn't you?
Yeah, but that was because, like the only reason that Squonk had the world record is because of the jar of fly skip being discovered. And then the rest, he like died twice in the gauntlet. And then, yeah, so that was like 5 minutes lost, just like in total. And then I just cleaned up house. And then you cleaned up house a little bit more. And now I'm cleaning
You
up house.
cleaned up. Oh, but I'm gonna get the Windex and the Breeze. It's gonna be so clean.
The Febreze.
Oh no, I was gonna make a Kensington apartment joke, but I can't find it, so.
Alrighty, but yeah, I'm probably gonna end stream, gonna eat food pretty soon, so yeah,
I
thank
wasn't
you guys
expecting you to
again.
fourth run today, but it worked out.
Yep. Yeah, thank you guys for coming on, and I'm gonna take in that win, relax for the rest of the day, feel good about myself, and yeah,
Ready for license-a-thon? Yeah.
that
Well, you got
Yeah.
the game down. It's just get your intro ready.
Yeah, just gotta do that. Which I'll put it on the I'll put it at the bottom because
Yeah, I'll
like
do that too. I'll just
Yeah.
make one of us makes a new page. Yeah.
yeah, we can do that. Intro and
Alright.
probably outro or whatever. And then yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty. And I'll see you two later. I'm gonna dip.
Adios.
Yeah. I
Good
go
running. Good flushing.
too. Good.
Yep.
Oops. Yeah.
See y'all
Peace out.
later. Alrighty. Well, I consider that to be a great end to my grind today. Or not today, but you know what I mean. The whole 2 weeks I've been grinding for this. That was epic. So, everybody watching, please catch me on License-a-thon Day, Saturday, 7:30 p.m. Mountain, 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when it's supposed to begin. I can always make updates as to whether it gets delayed or we bring it up a bit, depending on what other runners have happening. But yeah. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm really happy that this happened. Great end to the journey. And I'll see y'all later.